Hey, Chen and a guy who plays games. 21k Rose Yixon, British man. Holy shit. A British guy. A British man. And, Voloi Carter. I have not played since, the last stream, so we're picking up exactly where we left off, which is two characters being, post-3 mechs, and seeing what happens. We're, Your name is Goofy? Are you Goofy from the Goofy movie? Or are you like Max from the Goofy movie? Tag yourself. Which Goofy movie character are you? Hey, Cook Juicer. Yeah. Which of these characters do you want to start with? Let's start with this one. I'm going to start with... This is the strategy that I would take if I was just playing, normally the way that the way that I would feel comfortable. Right now, we are post 3, you are the Midas Spoon. Yeah, you are no longer a guy who plays games. Congratulations on your name change. Yeah. So right now, we need to kill Plantera. We need to mine for Chlorophyte. And... we need to build a Plantera arena. And we need to do all that while not dying. We have a decent amount of defense. Not an incredible amount of defense. We're only at, 71, Iron Skin 78, or 79. Well-fed, 81. It's not incredible. We'd also probably like to get wing upgrades. We have a Mega Shark, which is nice. This is where those Hunter Potions and that Shark statue are really going to come in handy. I am going to take my Spelunker Potions. I am going to... We've got Greater Healing Potions. You know what? Actually, no. No, I'll save those Life Force Potions. I don't want to fish later. We take these Mining Potions. We could swap on this mining shirt. I'm not going to. Yet. I might later. But as of right now, I'm not going to. Do I have an ancient chisel? Yeah, I do. I swapped that in for the emblem because we're not really going to do any fighting. Moonlord today? Yeah, for some of these characters. I have a message on Discord. Only with the optic staff on the other character when I actually had summoning gear. Yeah, I might as well make Danger Sense potions. There's no harm in it. Night Owl potions, similarly, are just nice to have. We are going to go tear the shit out of the underground jungle, get a bunch of chlorophyte, and then reevaluate from there. Obsidian skin potions, honestly, not terrible. For the underground jungle, just to allow you to dig through lava safely. I want a Danger Sense. Oh, I don't have any Shiver with one. I can't make Danger Sense. Well, that's fine. We have a mechanical lens. We can see wiring. So, we have 2 objectives down here. Well, really 3 objectives. The first is to get chlorophyte. The second is to locate the jungle temple, because we actually have not found the temple yet on this world. The fourth is to stay alive, and the third is to stay alive. That one gets double importance. Now we have excellent mining speed. It really should be quite fantastic at this point. Let me go reforge my pickaxe axe to have a speed buff. Legendary's fine. Is the pickaxe axe really worth that much money? Yeah, he's very happy. Okay. Pick up the angler. So, I'm going to drink this Hunter Potion, and I am going to be very, very cautious about the fact that tortoises are going to be able to hit me at this point in time. Tortoises, huge, huge threat when it comes to the hard mode jungle and are the main reason that you'd be apprehensive about it. We're going to buffer mining speed. This isn't an incredible mining speed, but it should suffice for our purposes. You might be wondering why I'm not looking for a cave to go down, and that's because it's actually safer to not be in a cave. If I'm in a cave, then there's open space where enemies can attack me. With this much mining speed, it's safer for me to just stay inside blocks and dig in walls. A tortoise can't hit you if you're inside a wall. Never really considered farming tortoise shells on the jungle surface. We'll consider that later. I think there's a good chance that we'd farm tortoise shells. So here, we see there's a jungle creeper. Completely avoid it. We can just stay in the walls. We can see all these enemies highlighted in red. Completely avoid them. Stay in the walls. I'm gonna go ahead and get this metal detector out. Might help with finding life fruit. Yeah, it's a scary place, but as long as we're smart about this, we should be completely safe. Now, one thing we could have done, which I honestly should have done, is make hollowed armor, just for the holy protection buff. It gives you kind of an extra layer of security. But with hunter potions and good mining speed like this, we should be perfectly safe. Okay, Uzi from the first angry trapper we killed. Kind of useless at this point, but earlier in the game it could have been cool. Life fruit right here. You might be wondering about farming life fruit, or whether or not you should get to 400 HP, or really try to, or 500 HP. And honestly, the answer is yes. Like, 500 HP is a pretty significant difference over 400. There's a lot of stuff that might one-shot you with 400 HP. There's very, very little that would one-shot you with 500 HP. And it's a pretty big buffer, especially if you're using life force potions. If you want to farm for life fruit, you kind of want to make a tiered setup. Kind of just a bunch of rows that can grow plants on them underground. You don't want to actuate them, because if they grow Plantera bulbs, it's a little bit awkward. You could do this after one mechanical boss. You don't have to wait till killing all three. I'm not going to do that, because I value my time. But if you are not live streaming and you want to be cautious, it's a good way to get to max HP. You can, of course, also do it through mining. It's not that bad. But it's not a bad idea to mine or to farm life fruit. You can evade your taxes if you stay in the wall. You can evade your taxes outside of the wall. Nobody stops you from evading your taxes, they just punish you for evading your taxes. The IRS doesn't want you to know this, but you don't actually have to pay taxes. They're just gonna put you in prison or levy giant fines on you if you don't pay your taxes. But, like, if you're gonna pay money for not paying your taxes, I mean, you're gonna pay money anyways, right? What do you lose? So I want to go move to somewhere we haven't been before, so I can actually find the temple. We will need to find and mine wherever the temple is. Yeah, I hope it comes through. But this... We're in a very dangerous biome, but we are not in any danger. as long as we keep these sensory potions being used, and as long as we avoid open areas, we're perfectly safe. The only enemies that can maybe threaten me are angry trappers like that. But you just have to, you know, be a little bit conscious of them. If you have a weapon that goes through blocks, Crystal Vial Shard, Whip, those can deal with them very effectively. Or Spirit. There's literally no Chlorophyte. We were up at the top part of the jungle. I don't think Chlorophyte spawns up there. Honestly, the most annoying part about having Cobalt in your world is that it makes looking for Chlorophyte a bit more annoying. Probably have enough Chlorophyte though. How much do we have? 387? That's almost 100 bars. This is already enough. At this point, I'm going full into Life Fruit and Temple location. Which NPC would I most want to be roommates with? I think Santa Claus would make for a pretty good roommate. He's gone for most of the year. He's really only in the apartment for like a couple of weeks. And then the rest of the time, you just got the whole place to yourself. Okay, there's a Plantera's bulb here. Pro tip, do not break a Plantera's bulb. If you just happen to find one. This will summon Plantera. This is a bad thing. What is a Plantera? A miserable little pile of secrets. Refresh that hunter potion. We're gonna go home. Unfortunately, we can't persist in that situation because we cannot avoid the fucking thorns because of being stuck in honey. That goes with the same situation though. You fall below half HP, your potion is off cooldown, you leave. So limit how many Plantera bulbs can spawn in a world. I don't believe there's a limit for the world, but there is a local limit. A Plantera bulb can't spawn near another Plantera bulb. I should look at the screen. I'd always set up some chlorophyte farm rather than mining it. And just sit there mindlessly while watching YouTube or TV or something. I mean, if you don't mind the fact that it's going to be extremely slow and take ages, you know, feel free, pop off. But chlorophyte farming is very slow and doesn't really have a benefit. Like, it's not dangerous to mine for chlorophyte as long as you have the appropriate sensory potions to, you know, see where enemies are, which we do have. Am I gonna do Duke this run? If I were to do Duke Fishron, it would be Post-Golem. Fortunately, no sign of the temple as of yet. Oh, turtle. You lost 14 minutes of strategies. You might lose your 1,421 hours hardcore. I don't entirely understand what you just said. You lost 14 minutes of strategies? Oh, you came to the stream 14 minutes late. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, you're fucked. Sorry. If you weren't here for the first 14 minutes, you missed the most important tips, and you're doomed to die. I'll be here on time next time. I'm not banning you. Okay, so, we did not build a Plantera arena in pre-hard mode. This is a medium world, not a large world. That does mean we have to build one in hard mode, which can be quite dangerous, but we're going to do a few things to make it very safe to do. Step one is we're going to build an NPC house down here. We're going to make a pylon here. Not even for spawn rate reductions. This is just for, you know, convenience and ease of access. It's nighttime, so we can move our NPCs in easily, and I don't believe we have. Yeah, we have no jungle pylon yet, so we're totally fine on that front. Yeah, step one, move NPCs in. Do you think Geometry Dash or Terraria takes more skill? I don't play Geometry Dash. I don't know why you're asking me about Geometry Dash. Boss one would suck a lot. They do, yeah. Any enemy that can dish out that much damage on a projectile that's hard to see is it's not a fun time. The hard mode jungle is annoying, but again, as long as you're smart about it, you should be safe. We're gonna put Dryad, Painter, and just some random town slime in here. Now, this will not completely remove spawn rates, but it will significantly lower them. Speaking of spawn rates, I'm going to go ahead and kill all these. There's a good chance we could get Tattered B-Wing. That would be nice. You wouldn't change anything about the hard mode jungle? I think there are a few things that would be fair game to change about the hard mode jungle. I think the method by which Plantera is spawned could use some tweaking. She's a boss that has a lot of drops, and honestly, I think a lot of players would want to farm, but she's also, like, the most annoying boss in the game to try to farm. Use Calming Potion and Peace Candle. It's not a bad option. I don't, oh, I do have a Calming Potion. Yeah, honestly, we could make Calming Potion Peace Candle, but, there was something else I wanted to try. It's going to require a statue. Can spawn anything. We had a shark statue in this world, didn't we? Or was this not the world with the shark statue? Maybe this wasn't the world with the shark statue. No, this must have been the world with the shark statue. We have 12 shark fins. We just left the shark statue wherever we put it. Yeah, it's up here. There's probably a statue in this mushroom biome. We were looking for a statue of anything that can spawn an enemy. It's not. Up to the next one. What for? You will see. I have a theory that this will work. I'm honestly not even 100% sure if it will, but we'll find out. Seagull should work. Bang. Critters and enemies share the same drop spawn. I'm not sure. Let's just travel up to this one just in case. Probably need 3 different statues? Nah, I won't need 3. Three would be 20 enemies. That's not necessary. There we go. An eater statue. I need to clear up some inventory space. Should also make a hollowed armor set. If I shimmer this hollowed repeater, that'll get me the stuff for this. I can also shimmer a life fruit here. Critters work, you could just place caught critters. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I'm not sure if critters work. Guess we'll find out. We can test that some other time. Let's play it safe with the melee play set. Need some of these life fruit. Oh, I should make ambrosia. What am I doing? So the one mildly annoying thing is if one of those guys picks up coins, they respawn immediately with their coins. I'm trying to hit mob cap? God no, the mob cap is 200. It would be incredibly implausible to reach the mob cap. That'd be a nightmare to try to do. What we can do, though, is reach the local NPC cap. Or at least try to. Let me just make a grand design. I'm using both wings and balloon because wings stack with a balloon and make it significantly better. Would I scroll my hotbar because it's comfortable? Find it better than the alternative. Okay, I've got a hunter potion. So yeah, we're gonna see if we can set this up to work. So we are going to... I need a teleporter. We're gonna float a statue. To do this, you put down a teleporter. Oh wait, I need to make this one lower. That's right. The shark statue looks small, but it's actually quite big. I mean, number one, you can see that already just having these NPCs lowers the spawn rate quite a bit. And we're not even at, 0 NPCs. But we want to try to make it so that nothing can spawn here. So what we're going to do is we're going to float this shark statue. And we're going to spawn a bunch of sharks. 1, 2. Okay. I'd like to extend a hearty fuck you to the optic staff. How many sharks are here? I think this is 6 sharks. There's 10 sharks. Let me find out. I need to count how many sharks. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 sharks. Go down there. Go. Okay. Next up, we're going to spawn a bunch of Eaters of Souls. Not really an ideal enemy here, but they will work fine. And we're gonna trap these Eaters. Right, now, if I am not mistaken, we have 16 enemies spawned in right now, which should make it impossible for more enemies to spawn. I believe right now, as long as these enemies remain spawned here, it is impossible for another enemy to spawn in. So, leveraging that, we're just going to sit here and mine, and we should be completely safe to build this arena. Now, normally, I think the NPCs alone are fine. As you saw, remaining near these NPCs allowed us... Like, stuff pretty much completely stopped spawning once they showed up. It's quite effective on its own. But you will still get a couple spawns, and not the entire... If you make a larger arena, not the entire arena will be covered by the town effect. So you'd either need to move in more NPCs on the other side of the arena, or you'd need to... that Ambrosia's nice. Gives me an extra 5%, which shaves off another tick. Or you need to deal with having a smaller arena, or just not, you know. Animal abuse simulator? A shark's not an animal, it's a fish. Don't sunflowers reduce spawn rates? Yeah, you can put down sunflowers to reduce spawn rates more. We don't need to, though. Like, this is... there's nothing here, so... There are a lot of things you can do to reduce spawn rates. This, if I'm not mistaken, shuts down spawn rates. Like, it's not that we've reduced the spawn rates to nothing. I'm pretty sure it is physically impossible for anything to spawn. Any enemy to spawn. With this in place. Now, I might be wrong on that. It's possible that that statue enemies might not count or something like that. I mean, we're certainly getting critters to spawn. But we have not seen any enemies. So we're going to see if that changed anything. What makes that possible? Well, the way spawn rates work, they should check how many enemies are currently spawned in the world, and if there are too many, then the game won't attempt to spawn more. It's usually 15 for biomes with high spawn rates. And we have 10 sharks and 6 eaters here. So, I'm keeping an eye out. I want to see if a single enemy at any point in time shows up. I don't think critters are counted in this, because we are getting plenty of critters, but... Me. No. Maybe we're not right. Yeah. Assuming we have 10 sharks here, then I don't think this is working. Let's count how many sharks we have. 1... 2, 3. I'm pretty sure there are 9 sharks here. Okay, so I don't think the statue shutting off spawn rate things works, but towns do. So just put down NPCs. Yeah. So statues don't work, but towns do. So. Yeah, what you can do, genuinely, is, we have 3 NPCs here. We can just make another house down at the bottom here. And if we have a house here and a house here, that'll cover basically the entire arena. Is it true that only 70% of mining buffs work? It's not that 70% of mining buffs work, it's that the cap for mining speed is 70%. So you see this is 25%. Everything will work until you get to 70%. 70% is the maximum bonus you can get. Alright. Now, one thing you can do for making a Plantera arena, just buy a bunch of dynamite, turn it into sticky dynamite, blow it up. Personally, I'm not as big of a fan of this strategy because I kind of like having background walls when fighting Plantera. But it is quite fast. Oh, our hunter potions wore off, so we're going to go ahead and get more. I'm also going to go ahead and take, we've got a calming potion in this chest here. I'm going to go ahead and take that. Yeah, the last time you saw someone use Mega Shark? I mean, why? It's good. I'm not over here using Molotov cocktails. Mega Shark's just... It's good. It's not bad. Now, the reason we specifically chose to build this arena at the underground... underneath the Lizard Temple is... I mean, it's pretty straightforward. the most consistent way to kill Golem is to drag him outside of the jungle temple. And if you do that, you're going to want an arena outside the jungle temple. And you're going to want a Plantera arena anyway, so you can kind of just, you know, have one fill the role of both. Now this right here is usually the most dangerous part of building your arena, is when you've opened out an area. It's almost nighttime right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and move in more NPCs down here. Yeah, it's always best to fight enemies on your terms instead of their terms. And with Golem, that means fighting him outside the temple. Are Shadow Hands from the X-Mode Deerclop still the first thing I would change if I could? Yeah, probably. I mean, those Shadow Hands are the reason that I, like, never fight Deerclops. They're just annoying. I don't like them. Deerclops is a boss that you need a reason to fight. They're optional, and they don't provide that much. And when the only reason... And the Shadow Hands give you a strong reason not to, because, you know, they're very annoying. Okay, we can move in whoever here. We want 3 NPCs. Let's say, Elder Slime, Golfer, and, I don't know, maybe Zoologist. Only early game and early hard mode feels difficult. You must beat Master 1 on hardcore and it wasn't even hard. Tank builds in this game are ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, defense is very effective. I don't think beating hardcore is that difficult. I think it's the sort of thing that, as long as you have a plan, it's pretty achievable by most players. You should consider a preset for hammered blocks. Yeah, that would make hoiking stuff way less time consuming. So you can move in NPCs easier at night. Yeah, so using the housing menu, you can tell an NPC to move into a house, but an NPC can only move into a house if it's raining or if it's nighttime. So if it's not nighttime, it's not a matter of easier or more difficult. You just kind of can't. Yeah, with this second batch of NPCs here, the whole arena should more or less be covered. You know, you don't need a huge arena for Plantera. I'm gonna go ahead and get a mining potion, speed this up a little bit. Especially with the calming potion, like, this is very, very safe. And it's really not taking much time, either. You know, this isn't something where we had to spend ages, you know, trying to safely build this arena. It only took maybe like 10 or 15 minutes. No, maybe 20 minutes. Yeah, let's go to here. I'm gonna use a menacing loadout and a warding loadout to get the best of both worlds, and switching loadouts to block and attack reminds you of ultra kill. You can. I wouldn't recommend that because it just takes a very long time to get a full suite of accessories and then swap between menacing and warding, and the advantage you get for it is really not that large because 28% damage really isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. But, I mean, if you don't mind spending the time, it's a good way to get extra damage when you're not in danger. I don't really get extra loadouts in the first place. I don't think I've ever genuinely used loadouts for anything other than just more inventory space. Oh, I'm glad they help GB Rainwald. Don't use loadouts for fishing gear. I'd rather just equip fishing gear. I do not recommend using loadouts in hardcore for one very simple and very good reason. You are going to have fall damage immunity on your regular character. If you make a loadout, there's a very good chance that you will not have fall damage immunity on that loadout. And it's very, very plausible that you sit there and you think that you have wings or a lucky horseshoe from your main loadout, you don't have it on a secondary loadout, and then you die to fall damage. So I just wouldn't recommend using loadouts in hardcore. Pretty much just because of that. I have ichor bullets here. Crystal bullets. Do I have a steampunker? I should have space for the steampunker to move in. You want side of the fall damage when switching loadouts, and then you always equip wing / horseshoe in all loadouts. You can. You can also just not use loadouts, right? I mean, is the loadout really giving you that much? As opposed to just, you know, putting on fishing gear when you want to go fishing. Like, yeah, you could have your extra loadout and get a second copy of all your gear and fall damage immunity and stuff. You could also just keep your fishing gear in, like, a safe. And then just take the safe and then just equip the items. Whenever you need to go fishing. And then just put them back in the safe when you're done. And I feel like that's less effort and safer. Like, that's what I do with mining gear. You know, I don't have a mining loadout. I just, you know, put in my ancient chisel and maybe a mining shirt. Not even a mining shirt here. Oh, where's my hard mode chest? Here it is. You can switch loadouts quickly. When do you need to switch between fishing gear quickly? I think that solves a problem that doesn't exist. I'd make a chlorophyte shot bow. Very good item. Oh, there's a lot of... Actually, I don't have that much ichor in this world. I'm going to pop over here and get a little bit more ichor. Now, this is a dangerous situation. Like I said many times in the past, the underworld, very, very, very dangerous. As soon as killing a mechanical boss, I would recommend not going there. However, this is a very, very short stint in the underworld. All we have to do is walk a little bit to the left, so I think we can comfortably come down here and just walk to the side to get to a place with some ichor. I don't know. You know what I said about how hardcore strategies are like OSHA regulations? I think using multiple loadouts is an OSHA violation. And yeah, you know, it'll probably be fine. But you're putting way more weight than that that support beam is rated to carry. And ideally you should use one stronger support beam instead of spreading yourself between 3 poorly supported support beams, you know? Yeah, we also have Hollowed Armor, which, particularly when combined with the Cross Necklace, gives us quite a long safety net if we happen to get hit. Which also makes doing a lot of this stuff drastically safer. Like, even if an Unholy Trident would have hit me, it wouldn't kill me. We'd be perfectly fine because Holy Protection would eat it up. When you're in multiplayer where everyone is farming and fishing, and your loadouts can be as good as you need them to be. I feel like we have very different multiplayer experiences. My multiplayer games are usually over very quickly. The thing is, you can make your gear as good as it needs to be, but in multiplayer, your gear doesn't need to be good. It's multiplayer. If I didn't have exploding bullets, I'd probably recall from that situation, because this is not a spot I want to be fighting the Crimson X in. Cool. Snag this Mimic. Some people just want to finish the game as fast as possible. I don't want to finish the game as fast as possible. I want to finish the game without dying. And it's a fact that the longer you spend in a world, the more likely it is for you to make some random mistake and die. And 90% of the time, that's what you risk happening in hardcore. That's usually how you die, is just making some random small mistake. And spending a lot of unnecessary time doing unnecessary things, it's just going to make it more likely that you die. So Ichor just Coast Flames for Crimson. Yeah, but they do different things. It lowers defense. That's the Ichor debuff. Do I prefer doing quicker runs even outside of hardcore? Yeah, I play on stream. And you don't want to do long, slow runs on stream, because then there's nothing happens and you get nowhere. Are we good for Plantera? I think we're more or less good for Plantera. I suppose I could show off what I was talking about with a life fruit farm. I don't think that would hurt too much to display. I don't know that I'll go through and you know, do the whole thing, but basically if you'd want to do this near your NPCs. If you just make a bunch of 3-tiered or 3 tall rows like this. This also works as a bait farm and a Plantera bulb farm. Let jungle grass grow on them and then just wait for life fruit to grow. It's a pretty effective way of getting to max HP. I mean, I'm gonna play the new update when it comes out. Will I make a review of it? I don't know. Probably not. An update review seems weird, but you know, I'll play it. I don't really want to talk about the new update, though. I don't want spoilers for it. Any idea on making a comprehensive guide to damage? Like the best damage dealing stuff? No, I just don't think damage dealing stuff is that good. Like, I don't think there's really that much to say about it. Because it's not really a... Like, maximizing your damage isn't really that great of a strategy anyways, because damage doesn't stack very well. The reason defense maxing works well is because defense stacks very well with itself. Each point of defense makes the next point of defense more effective. But with damage, each point of damage makes the next point of damage less effective, so... it's not really that great. Yeah, and it would always be class mixing with summoner stuff. Yeah, if you just build something like this, you can, you know, stay in your bed. You can actually look at the minimap as these things grow. You can physically see life fruit. If you hover over it, it'll say life fruit on it. Obviously there's not one right now, but it functions like Plantera's bulb. If you hover over a Plantera's bulb, it says Plantera's bulb. Same thing's true for life fruit. So you can just sit somewhere else, sit in your bed, wait for life fruit to grow, and then go collect it when it does grow, if you're wanting a way to get to max HP safely. No, we have a Plantera bulb. I was just demonstrating that this is a thing you can do. I don't want to talk about the new update. I'll talk about the new update when the new update comes out. When I stream on the day that it comes out. Micro arrows are nice. Let's see, I don't need these fallen stars for anything. Keep these in here. Could probably get rid of the exploding bullets now. I don't think they're going to be doing that much for us. Well, I guess I can keep them handy just in case. Is that setup safer to make in pre-hard mode? I don't really think it makes much difference. Like, I guess technically you could say it's easier to make in pre-hard mode, but we haven't been in any danger this entire time, so you're not really risking anything, you know? Tell you what I will do. I'm gonna go mining and get life fruit. Let's make some mining potions. We've got Night Owl, Spelunker, we've got Hunter. Let me make a couple more Hunter. Yeah, let's just, you know, get ourselves to max HP or roughly max HP. Am I forgetting a buff? We know there's a life fruit nearby from our life form analyzer. It must be in the bottom left. Oh, it's over here. Hang on. This must be like... Okay, yeah, it's right here. It had to be very, very close. Yeah, I'm just going to keep digging around looking for life fruit to show up on the metal detector, and then go from there. You need to break the large background bushes that grow? No, life fruit and Plantera's bulbs will override those, so you don't need to break them. There's one life fruit. Another life fruit. Yeah, be careful when you're mining this fast that you're not digging into enemies. Particularly ones that go through blocks can be dangerous. That's the one concern with having this much mining speed is you can dig too fast and accidentally end up, barraging straight into an enemy. So you don't necessarily want to utilize your entire mining speed, but just be aware. And if you're not comfortable mining, just, use a life fruit farm. It is worth getting to max HP though. Whatever it takes for you to do that comfortably and safely. So top. Ideally, like I said, you stay inside walls. You don't even engage with enemies. You completely ignore them. Left. I don't really care about looting these chests at this point. I mean, I technically don't have a staff of regrowth, but honestly, I don't need one, so. Basically, all I want is just life fruit. And we're at 6 right now. We need 18. I'm going to go ahead and kill this tortoise. Very important to place wire on your tortoises before you try to shoot them. It prevents them from attacking. Applies the confusion debuff. Which means 19 with 1 for the shimmer. I've already shimmered a life fruit. Shimmering a life fruit is generally... You do that with the first life fruit you find, because 4 defense is more valuable than 5 HP. You should be careful around Medusas. They re-enable fall damage, even if you have wings, if you get petrified by them. And they also multiply fall damage. So realistically, just don't go near them. If one shows up, just avoid it. They look life fruits, you give 10 HP instead of 5. I don't think it'd be that impactful. I'm just going to avoid this spider nest. I don't think it's worth engaging with it. There's not going to be life fruit inside of it. Yeah, we don't even need to pay attention to whether or not there's a life fruit nearby until we see one on the metal detector. So that is one nice advantage of having it. Does prevent the use of items? Yeah, you're completely immobile, unable to move, and fall damage gets re-enabled. Life fruit was bottom left. I think in multiplayer, you don't have to get everyone to 500 HP. You can just not. And that's perfectly fine. Alright, we're looping back to where we've been. We've been through most of the jungle at this point. We might just have to wait for more life fruit to spawn, but that's okay. We don't need 500 HP immediately. And if you do really want 500 HP immediately, you can always just wait for it to grow with a bed. The more time that passes, the more time that life fruit will have to... I'm dead. Oh. That was me being reckless. I saw it coming, I was a bit too slow to react. That's tortoise for you. Alright, on to the next character. This one. Okay. I haven't died to a tortoise for quite a while. I think that does reflect what I was saying, though. Which is, in that situation, I wasn't following my own advice. I was mining out in the open instead of behind closed walls. Ideally, you want to put yourself behind closed walls so that that can't happen. How much playtime on that character? 7 hours. Not very much. Yeah, I did two things there that were dangerous. The first is that I swapped to mining armor instead of a hollowed chest plate. That removed my protection. The second is that I wasn't mining inside of walls. I was mining out in the open. So don't do either of those. Using life that I already had could have prevented that. You love the stream seeing the better quick way of playing Terraria, undoing years of slow and 100+ hour mindsets, keeping it world forever and playing forever. 7 hours to that point is insanely fast. Playing effectively. Went to get parfait, what did you miss? Tortoise. I was not paying that much attention and walked out into an open area when I was particularly vulnerable. Yeah, I think that does highlight a lot of what I said. If I was following my own advice, that wouldn't have happened. However, because I'm streaming and I want to do things quickly, there was kind of this inherent pressure to do things quickly, which usually leads me to be a bit more reckless. That's also why I tend to not stream hardcore very much, because I tend to have a lot more pressure to do things quickly, which leads to me not being safe and doing things like that. But that's fine. All the mechs are dead on this world, and we have our summoner hybrid setup, and we're basically going to do the same thing. Let's see, what do we have on this character? We've got 74 hollowed bows. What can we try out differently that we didn't do on the last character? I don't know if there's that much. Like, oh, actually, I've already built a Plantera arena for this character. So, yeah, that's fine. I don't really think it's any safer to do it in pre-hard mode, because I don't think building the arena was dangerous at all. If anything, the only thing that I was in danger doing was mining life crystals, and that's because I was doing it in a way that was inherently a little bit reckless. But I do Old One's Army last stream or off stream. I did Old One's Army off stream. I did it in pre-hard mode like 1.5 times to get 1 breastplate. This is kind of disheartening. Why? I mean, I think that's the reality of the situation, is if you act a bit recklessly, most of the time, it'll go fine. And then one of the times, it won't. And then you'll end up dying. It's much better that you see that demonstrated with me playing in an expedited way intentionally. And I don't care if I die. I've died hundreds of times in hardcore worlds. It makes no difference to me. Rather than you playing and spending a lot more time and getting a lot more invested in your world, I have no investment to this world. I don't give a fuck if I die. Let's make a pickaxe axe. I don't know if you... Oh, right, I fought the destroyer. So he killed all my NPCs. That checks out. Plant these pumpkin seeds. Yeah. You're always really fearful when you started playing hardcore, but started to not care after a while. Yeah, and that's the problem. That's naturally what happens. And I'm a little bit more prone to it on stream because there's a lot of pressure to try to play quickly, as opposed to not quickly, and carefully. But that's fine. We can go ahead and sell some of this extra stuff. Keep the spider staff. You. Didn't even know tortoises inflict broken armor since you get one tap by them. They don't inflict broken armor. I'm not sure who told you that, but it's not true. Yeah. As I've said several times, it's always the things that you are not expecting to be dangerous that will end up killing you. Or in situations where you get a bit complacent and you think you're safe, that's when you're really in danger. Because when you know danger's coming, it's not really dangerous. It's the dangers that you aren't expecting that really throw you for a loop. Besides, honestly, I'm kind of glad that character died because I really didn't want to have to bring 2 characters through late hard mode. That would have been very slow and a little bit annoying. I won't be streaming for like 7 hours tonight, so I'll count that one as a victory. It's a blessing in disguise. Yeah. We've got pretty solid defense. What we could do is go for tell you what. I will maybe move some NPCs in by the pylon. Now, the one thing that previous character had that this one doesn't is a consistent supply of hunter potions. Now, that's not hugely impactful, but it means that we're not going to have quite as good detection of enemies. I'm going to go ahead and make a full melee hollowed armor set. Go ahead and swap out these ones for now. I'll keep them handy, but this is an extra 12 defense, which I think would be nice for the boss fight itself. How much defense you need to tank one tortoise hit? The problem is that there's RNG to a damage roll. A tortoise could deal... I mean, if I had eaten my life food, I would have survived that hit. They do 432 damage. But yeah. Wanted something. What do I want Chlorophyte for? Shot bow? I suppose probably just a shot bow. I don't think I need a full armor set or anything like that, at least not until now. Although it wouldn't hurt to get it now. Let's see. I'm gonna use Night Owl potions as kind of budget. Hunter potions. They should allow us to see a pretty solid amount. Yeah, there were a lot of different ways we could have prevented that. I just didn't. Should have, but didn't. Let's reforge our pickaxe axe. Damn. Any speed buff? Murderous. Does Murderous round the same? I think so. I'm not 100% sure. What class we're playing on this character? I'm not playing a class. Playing a class is usually more dangerous than not playing a class. Yeah, let's remember we don't have a Hunter Potion. We do have Danger Sense, but no Hunter. You see that lovely, lovely tortoise down there? All that failures talked about in the video. It's more just like background footage to demonstrate a point. I mean, I know what's dangerous and what's not dangerous. It's not like, oh man, guys, wow, incredible piece of advice. Tortoise is actually pretty dangerous. I bet you didn't know that one. But I do think it's a good way to drive home the point that it's really not... Hardcore isn't... It doesn't require you to play extremely well. It doesn't require you to be extremely good at the game. It doesn't require you to make incredible decisions all the time and use the best strategies possible. Literally, all it requires you to do is just not make stupid mistakes. Because 90% of the time, the things that would be killing you are just stupid mistakes. Lapses in concentration, losing focus, whatever. I find Clawfight armor to be worth it. I wouldn't make it in hardcore, certainly. I'd rather have Hollow armor. Or just defense max. No Hunter Potions. This character doesn't have a shark statue. I'd rather save the Hunter Potion that I picked up for something else. I have Night Owl Potions. That should allow me to stay fairly safe. Plus, you can use Danger Sense Potions. Like I said, ideally you're digging inside walls anyways when you're mining. And when you're digging inside walls, you can tell where the walls are by using Danger Sense Potions. Because of... It's where the thorns... It's where the red isn't. Right? The red is not walls, so if you dig where the red isn't, you're still digging inside walls, which is perfectly safe. Oh, speaking of shark statue, there's actually a shark statue right here. As you can see, other jungle enemies, not near... It's like your second shark statue. Other jungle enemies, not nearly as dangerous. It's literally just the tortoise. That's, you know, particularly dangerous. Since we've got that shark statue, I don't mind popping this now. Yeah. I suppose, farming for life fruit, if you're getting to 500 HP, probably is a better idea, I think, for most players. Not that mining is a bad idea, but I think mining for life fruit inherently encourages players to get a bit reckless, because you're essentially just ignoring everything and going around until you see life fruit on the metal detector. You can definitely do it safely, but I think the merits of waiting for life fruit to grow are not that bad. When I did hardcore get Fix Boy, for instance, I waited for life fruit to grow. I wasn't gonna go mining and fucking get Fix Boy. Be a nightmare. In that situation, yes, it is possible a tortoise could have shown up, but I had Holy Protection from Hollowed Armor, and I felt pretty confident that even if one did show up, it would have gotten soaked up by Holy Protection. The Fixbo tortoises can even easily deal 1,000 damage. Yeah, I was not keen on it. Plus, I think it was more the fact that all of the jungle enemies threatened one-shots or near one-shots. Our temple's down to the bottom right. Let's head over there. You can survive that with beetle armor. It's just, you know, that's post-golem. Sonic damage is doubled? It's not doubled, it's increased by 77%. Do I not have a wire detector? No, I think I just have danger sense potions on this character. But, as long as you have danger sense potions and are willing to drink them, it's fine. Ah, there's a good example. You see this right here? This is a rune wizard. If a rune wizard hits you, it will deal 600 damage and insta-kill you. With melee. I would strongly suggest that if you see a rune wizard, you immediately get the fuck out of there. Now, in this specific situation, I saw it here, and I knew that it was not going to threaten me. But don't fuck around with them. If you see one, leave. They're very, very dangerous. And they're very unassuming, which is generally the most dangerous quality that an enemy can have. Rune Wizards are scary. Rune Wizards have the highest damage of any enemy in the game. Outside of insta-kill attacks, like the Empress of Light and Dungeon Guardian. It's shared with skeleton snipers. It used to be shared with clowns, but not anymore. I think it might just be those two enemies that deal 600 damage. I don't know if there's another one. Okay, well, we have the advantage of having a shark statue now, so we can go ahead and get some shark fins. I'm gonna go ahead and make a grand design again. Moon boulders, moon boulders. Moon boulders don't deal 600 damage. They do a lot, but they don't deal 600 damage. Rune Wizards, exploding bunnies might deal a similar amount. One of the things that makes them particularly dangerous is the fact that, Rune Wizard contact damage is scaled in For the Worthy, whereas like a skeleton sniper shot and most other high damage attacks or projectiles are not scaled. So Rune Wizard can easily deal like 1200 damage in For the Worthy. Legendary mode. A comprehensive guide to statues? I mean, I'm pretty sure I talked about statues in my wiring guide, Itachi. There's not really that much complexity to statues. If the statue has a good drop, then nice, but there's not really that much nuance to them. Ooh, a shark kite. Yeah, I do think one thing that these these characters I've been doing on stream have been suffering from a little bit is me wanting to play the game very quickly, and not doing strategies that would be a good idea if you wanted to succeed at hardcore on your, by yourself. That would be pretty reasonable for people to spend the time to do. Like, waiting for life root to grow doesn't take that long. Me, I'm very crunched for time because, busy weekend. Or, even just like upgrading weapons and stuff, I'm really hesitant to do. I'm gonna cheese the pillage. I'm gonna edge. I'm a master of edging, but I don't know if you count that as cheese or not. Yeah, I really don't like fishing for life force potions. But for late game content, it can be a nice way to inject consistency. Am I at a day bloom? The fuck? It's possible to run out of day bloom? What the hell have I been doing in this world? Not planting day bloom, obviously. Okay, yeah, can I rewind that? That did not have the icon for teleporting back. That had the icon for sleeping. That is distinctly not what I pressed. You wouldn't need to fish for too long. Oh god, you need to fish for ages. It takes a long time to get prismite. It's a very rare fish. Oh, another good example. If that was a corruption world, it would have had a worm scarf, and worm scarf is also quite nice for hardcore because we also wouldn't have died if we had a worm scarf. There are like half a dozen different ways I could have avoided dying though. A comprehensive guide to all things Shimmer. There's not that much about Shimmer. I don't like Shimmer. I get some hunter potions. Mining potions, not a bad idea. This is okay. So I'm not really a fan of my mobility at the moment. If I had a steampunk remove in, no. I found a Plantera's bulb. By the way, you can see bulbs on the map even if you haven't been there recently to update. I'm sure we'll figure something out. Farming fishing gear is usually what drags you back in pre-hard mode. I just don't think it's worth it. I wanted to make a Chlorophyte shop, though. That's why I got Chlorophyte. In case I need hollowed bars for anything, I'll hold on to this. Make Chlorophyte arrows, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good to go roll out and find a bulb. Oh, let me get my I have a heart lantern. No, we're good. Bass statue, I guess. You don't fish unless you want something from fishing. Yeah, that's a good idea. I also don't really want stuff from fishing very often, so we're gonna look for a bulb and then we're gonna lead her down to the arena. The shell phone is the hardest item to obtain that isn't just pure RNG or is in a limited quantity. Define pure RNG. I mean, it's quite a lot of RNG in the shell phone. In fact, it's largely nothing but RNG. You had spent a while trying and failing to fish up a sandstorm. Oh, dude, it takes so long to fish up a sandstorm. It's so not worth it. Crazy strategies did I discover? I mean, it's not really discovering strategies. It's just demonstrating what I know and showcasing that they are, in fact, true. The shell phone's not worth making. Like, the shell phone does nothing. Right? Like, I hate to break it to you, the shell phone is a useless item. It does nothing. Everything that the shell phone does, you can do with its component pieces. You don't have to go through the trouble of finding every single item to craft the shell phone just to save a little bit of inventory space. You want information? You can just get the informational accessories that have the information you want. You don't need to get every single one. You want the ability to teleport? You can just get the conches. You don't have to get every single one. Like the demon conch? Demon conch is fucking useless. Why spend your time getting the demon conch? You don't need it. You can just replicate that with, like, magic mirror and, magic conch. This arena is kind of small. Okay, yes, you can choose between moth. 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 Where the fuck? It's gonna despawn. I don't know where it is. It's off to the right. There it is. Any luck, this is butterfly wings. Damn, we did not have luck. Yeah, no, like, all you're doing is saving inventory space. That's all the shell phone does. But, like, who cares? You have personal storage. You can just keep stuff in a void bag if it really means that much to you. Like, it's not... You're spending such a large amount of time on nothing. Why do moths drop butterfly dust? To spite you in particular. Relogic hates you and you specifically. Surprising lack of Plantera bolts. check down here. Oh, actually, wasn't this the edge of the jungle? Crazy that the only thing that makes the shell phone post-Skeletron is its most useless component. The tally counter? Yeah. Yeah, they basically completely made the tally counter worthless. I wish. Good question. She's off to my right. She hasn't come on screen, so the odds of her despawning is quite low. Before Plantera has come on screen, she has a very, very lengthened despawn timer, so... The speedometer and DPS meter are also useless. Yeah, the DPS meter... The wildest thing about the DPS meter is that, what is it? It doesn't factor in critical hits for melee weapons. Right? There's something like that with the DPS meter. I know it's a Tmod loader thing where it works differently on Tmod loader, but I'm pretty sure it just, like, doesn't factor in critical hits for melee weapons. Let me do this. And, I think I'm actually going to swap in Squire plating. Ah, damn, that doesn't work anymore. Right, they patched that. Okay. We are going to go ahead and stick to the surface as she goes into her second, or the ceiling as she goes into her second phase. This allows us to avoid the spiky balls on the floor. Not playing this the best. The arena's a little bit small, but we focus a little bit. If we get hit a little bit more, we might consider recalling. Won't do it just yet. Go ahead and swap to my hollowed armor. Wings are also not the best. We should be good. Yeah, we're fine. Just had to pay a little bit of attention. And she's dead. Very easy spot to die in right here, right now. If it had Tortoise spawned to my side. Rune Wizard, hey buddy. Fancy seeing you again, jackass. Beat up the wizard. He deserves it. Shot Plantera in your major run and died on the first attempt because you made your arena too big and she enraged, but you won the second fight. Yeah, you really don't need that much space to fight Plantera. Section doesn't help you because you don't know which order the moon phases are in to be able to tell which one is next. I feel like that's an education issue. I mean, like... I'm not trying to call you stupid. I'm just saying, I learned, like, the moon phases in school. It's not like Terraria made them up. Waning means it's getting smaller. Waxing means it's getting bigger. You go full moon, waning gibbous, half moon, waning crescent, new moon, waxing crescent, means it's getting bigger again, half moon, waxing gibbous, full moon. Why didn't I spawn-proof the floor in the Plantera arena with lava? Things can't really spawn during the Plantera fight anyways. It's more the Golem fight where it's a concern. Plus, I just didn't really care that much. Yo, grenade launcher? Grenade launcher's kind of cool. Could use a couple extra houses. Am I missing any pylons? Man, NPC houses fill up so fucking quickly. You especially think it's unwise to hang around a place like the Crimson. I don't agree. I don't agree. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. You straight up don't know moon phases? Like, it's not a boss fight, so why would you learn the moon phases? Terraria players, when you ask them how to shower. Dude, I straight up don't know how to work the shower handle. Like, it's not a boss fight. It's not a weapon. Why would I know how to work a shower? Yeah, you really don't need that much space for Plantera. I mean, in that situation, I was potentially in danger if a couple things went south. I was ready to recall if I got hit again. I just didn't get hit again. It never hurts to have a large arena for Plantera, but you don't need a huge arena for Plantera. Don't think that you have to make this giant, elaborate setup to avoid dying. Truly, the rich mahogany tree adds the aesthetic of the jungle pylon. You know what I was thinking of the other day? Do you have any idea how stupid the name living wood tree is, or living mahogany tree? Yeah, a tree is alive. It's a fucking plant. Plants are alive. Watch out, guys. We've got living werewolves here. Better watch out for all you living NPCs. You gotta make sure you're eating living pumpkins. Living NPCs plus cyborg? I think the cyborg counts. I think he passes. He's alive. He's like half alive at least. I also, one thing that I do think is a little bit surprising that Relogic hasn't changed is the pygmy staff. Like, this feels like the sort of depiction or name that Relogic would have changed, like, when they renamed Frozen Zombies or things like that. Because aren't these just like people? Like, wouldn't this be like a depiction of like a tribe? Like, it's kind of weird as a summoning weapon, right? Yeah, they were real ethnicity. Like, they were real people. Honestly, my honest idea of how this happened is probably literally the fact that they just forgot that this fucking weapon exists, because who the hell uses this? It sucks. Tiki is also like a specific cultural thing. Well, I feel like there's a difference in depiction. Like, there's nothing wrong with using things from other cultures, but I feel like there's using things from other cultures in good taste and using them in bad taste. And I feel like this one is kind of... It feels weird. I remember I was playing Terraria with a friend who hadn't played Terraria before, and his immediate reaction was, wait, we're just summoning tribes people and I'm using my whip to make them stronger? That seems kind of fucked up. Which, like, obviously not the intention. But at the same time, that is kind of the gameplay dynamic that you have, which is kind of weird. Tiki is a special wooden sculpture, Pygmy is a group of people, yeah. What would you rename it to? I mean, Tiki staff. Summon a Tiki warrior to fight for you. Right? Literally, like someone said that earlier, that no one would bat an eye at that. You know, Tiki spearman, jungle spearman. Like, there's so many different ways you could rename it. It does, I mean, I feel like it's probably a similar thing to the, if you're not familiar, the term Eskimo is something that is used quite disparagingly, and is kind of more akin to a slur. Terraria used to have an enemy called zombie Eskimos. They're what are now called frozen zombies in the snow biome. And I imagine that Relogic just, like, literally didn't know that it had racial baggage, because it doesn't really in the US. It's in other places. I think maybe Canada, or Pacific Islands, or places like that. I'm not 100% sure. And I imagine it's probably something similar with the Pygmy staff, where, like, they just, like, didn't think that hard about it, and were like, oh yeah, this is kind of like a cool aesthetic. That's a word related to, like, you know, tribes, which its own can of worms, but I feel like it's probably something that they would not have added today. I do really want a cyborg. I think the grenade launcher could be cool for Golem. Yeah, I think if you've got an arena next to Plantera, you can kind of just breeze right on through to Golem. Which I think is what we're going to do here. But I do kind of want a cyborg to buy better rockets. Is Planter Box type matter? Nope. They're only aesthetic. There's no meaningful difference. Let me just chuck down some houses here. How to grow Deathweed? Honestly, the best way to get Deathweed to grow is to have a Staff of Regrowth and harvest it outside of planter boxes, and still get siege through it through Staff of Regrowth. Honestly, if you just bring a Staff of Regrowth to like a Crimson or Corruption, you can usually find a lot of Deathweed ready to harvest. But barring that, you can just plant it on, you know, Crimstone or Evanstone or whatever. And that usually works fine. If you want to use it inside of planter boxes. There are a couple of exploits you can use to harvest herbs out of bloom in planter boxes. One thing you can do, the game does not check whether or not, yeah, I'll show you. The game doesn't check whether or not you're using the Staff of Regrowth to break an herb. All that it's checking is whether the closest player is holding a Staff of Regrowth. Right? So, let's find like a Day Bloom or something. Or a Moon Glow. Or find literally anything. This is technically dangerous, but we have Holy Protection, so I feel fine. Also, honestly, if you're moving, you're usually fine from tortoises. Okay. So here, if I'm holding the Staff of Regrowth, and I break it with something else, it still counts. You see I got 2 Day Bloom from one of those? That's the Staff of Regrowth activating. So, if you... I'm going to lose a little bit of efficiency here, but I'll demonstrate the concept. Let's take this Blink Root, and we have 2 Blink Root here that is out of bloom. If we throw a bomb here and hold a Staff of Regrowth out, when it breaks, we will get plants from it because the game is checking whether or not we were holding a Staff of Regrowth when the herb was harvested. And so we get the benefit as if we had broken it, even though you cannot use a Staff of Regrowth to harvest things out of bloom in planter boxes. So, if you have some other means of destroying the plant, like a bomb, you can harvest things in planter boxes out of bloom like that, as long as you're holding the Staff of Regrowth when it gets destroyed. So that is one way you can get around that. If you're in multiplayer, it's actually even easier. It only checks whether the closest player is holding out the Staff of Regrowth. So if I was sitting here, and then somebody else was sitting behind me, and they just hit it with their pickaxe and destroyed it, it would count as if I had done it with the Staff of Regrowth because the closest player was holding it, even though it was destroyed by something else. Would actuators work? I don't believe you can actuate planter boxes. Is the Gay Bomb an effective strategy against the Moonlord? I don't understand what you're asking. I don't know what Gay Bomb is referring to. Yeah, as long as the closest player is holding the Staff of Regrowth, it'll count and give you both the herbs. Oh, give you the seeds. You can also just harvest it. Like, you can plant it not on a planter box. This can be a good idea for Blinkroot and Deathweed because they're kind of hard to get in bloom. You know, you could literally just, like, make a little hole here. Let me get rid of this lava. Make a little hole here, put dirt on it, and just put, like, Blinkroot seeds here. Or put down some Deathweed, make sure it can't, spread to nearby blocks. And then just plant it there, and when it's ready, just use your Staff of Regrowth, because you can harvest stuff out of bloom if, it's in that situation. Okay, yeah, I want the cyborg. I think using the grenade launcher could be cool. Using mud is good. Yeah, mud is fine. Grass can't grow here, though. It can't spread that way. Does Deathweed spread corruption? No, but it only naturally grows on corrupted blocks. So if you're using a corrupted block to grow it on, the corrupted block underneath it would spread corruption. Okay, I'll just buy a bunch of rockets. Maybe I'll buy a couple more. It's actually not that many. Yeah, I think we're good to just go ahead and fight Golem. Yeah, you can go out in the air too. Just be careful of falling stars. That's fine. Got you into Rain World? Nice. I love Rain World. Hope you're enjoying it, and if you are, glad you're enjoying it. Okay. So yeah, one of the things we can do with this grenade launcher, now that we have it, is we can get dry rockets from the cyborg, fill them up with lava, and then flood the bottom of our Plantera arena and Golem arena by proxy with lava to prevent enemies from spawning there. So I think I'll do that. I think we're good on buffs. More slug cats is a must. I think more slug cats is a mistake for your first playthrough. Oh, just got Rainworld. How many of the DLCs are worth getting? Honestly, I would not get a single Rainworld DLC until you have played the base game. Now, if you like the base game of Rainworld, Downpour is fantastic. If you don't like base game Rainworld, there's a good chance you'd even like Downpour, but the DLCs are basically extra content you play on top of the, like, after the base game. They're like extra campaigns or extra characters. They don't really influence the base game unless you turn them on, which you shouldn't do because it's kind of a bad idea. So it's not really going to affect your first playthrough. And Rainworld is the type of game that not everyone likes. And you'll probably want to make sure that you like the game before buying the DLCs. So that would be my suggestion, is that you don't get the DLCs right away. You wait until you play the game and you make sure that you like it first. But if you do like the game, then Downpour is phenomenal. Downpour is 100% worth getting. It's one of the, I think, best DLCs made for any game. It's absolutely fantastic, chock full of content, and it's very, very fun. And I would... The Watcher is okay. I mean, like, post-game content? You play them after playing the regular game, yeah. You don't even unlock them until you've beaten the game, so, yeah. You need to have beaten the game before you even unlock the DLCs. Yeah, I mean, you know how at the start of the game, it gave you the option to choose the slug cat you were playing as? They are different slug cats who have changes in the world and different mechanics. And you have different objectives, kind of, right? It's a different campaign. The Watcher DLC isn't just is a good example of explosive traps. We've already disarmed this one though, thankfully. I want to like the Watcher a lot. And I don't think it's awful. But I don't think it's quite as good as the base game or Downpour would be my analysis of it. You're debating whether or not you should be Hunter? Okay, my suggestion would be that you play Hunter until you get an ending, but don't try to like grind Hunter repeatedly. It becomes evident pretty quickly in Hunter's campaign, but it's not quite the same as Survivor's campaign. And I'm just gonna go ahead and make a Hoikin here for simplicity. I would not spend much time trying to grind for like the best ending. I would just say like if you get an ending, that's good. But Slay the Spire is good. Slay the Spire is great, yeah. Slay the Spire 2 is coming out soon. I think it's going into early access in like March. It's kind of difficult. They can't do anything to me, but I also can't really get in the temple. That one could do something to me. Alright. Well, I guess they can do something to me. I guess once he went into his long leg mode, he unlocked the ability to, hello. Hit me. Longer sprite. Track spawn rates? Yeah, that's jungle spawn rates for you here. I'm just gonna walk away and let someone despawn. Alright, we'll get this one of these days. Just gotta kill a couple of these guys. Hopefully, what even spawned over there? What was that? The grenade launcher will just... It's got pretty good damage. I mean, this is not bad, especially considering we're actually missing a lot of our shots on the fists. If you pull Golem outside of his temple, he's a lot easier. And as long as you've got a weapon that deals, you know, decent damage, you should be fine. And grenade launcher meets that criteria. Venus Magnum meets that criteria. Even in the temple, Golem can die to a gentle breeze. I don't think that's true. I think it's actually very possible to die to Golem in the temple room. If your defense is not that great and your damage is not that great, like you're not walking in with like Duke Fishron weapons, Golem absolutely can kill you. He's not the same pushover that he used to be, you know, years and years and years ago. Especially on Master, yeah. It mostly the danger comes from his lasers. Like his lasers can output quite a lot of damage. And you know, small enclosed area, they're not going to be the easiest to dodge. Bad RNG in the temple spawn room, you might not have that much space. The one thing to keep in mind about the grenade launcher is it does actually deal self-damage, so I do have to be a little bit careful. I wouldn't actually recommend using the grenade launcher in your own hardcore playthrough because of that. Self-damage is actually quite scary. But I don't like following my own advice, so. Yeah. Ideally, you kill Golem's head, or hands, while his head is still in phase 1. Once his head starts firing lasers, ideally you have the hands dead by then. Why does Golem look like that, by the way? What do you mean? Why is he circumcised? He's Jewish. Do I still have the bone glove? Nah, I think I sold that. Yeah, 50% head HP is when the laser comes. I think the most dangerous part of the Golem fight is the end of his first phase, when his head starts dealing a lot of... or starts firing lasers very rapidly. And I think if the hands are still alive during that phase, it can be a little bit tricky. So that's kind of the idea. Is you get rid of the hands so that the end of this first phase, he can't do anything to you. And since we're in this big open area, you kind of just fly semicircles around Golem. When you're in a big open area like this, you're fine. He can't hit you. Now, in his second phase, you have to modify that a little bit. You can go up and around the head. The main thing you don't want to do is stay close to the head. So if you're going under the head, you don't really want to do something like this. That's not great because the head can fire a laser and hit you. You kind of just want to stay away from the head and keep moving. It's going to shoot lasers at your current location. The one thing you never want to do, ever, you never want solid blocks separating you from Golem. If you have solid blocks separating you from Golem, the head enters an enraged mode. And in that enraged mode, it starts firing lasers extremely quickly. That's essentially an anti-cheese mechanism, so that you can't just, like, block the head off and sit somewhere yourself. Do I wish I had better wings by this point? I can buy steampunk wings after this. It's not really a big deal. Alright, let's Golem down. Sunstone? That's okay. So at this point, there are a few options that we have. I think the best strategy for hardcore is to get beetle armor with shell. So what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna modify this Plantera arena a little bit. And turn it into a place where we can farm beetle shells. Or turtle shells. It's not that difficult to do. And then we're gonna make beetle armor. Actually, you know what? In this situation right here, I think I'm actually going to go kill an ice golem so I can upgrade my balloon into a blizzard in a balloon. Am I going for the Ankh shield? Oh god, no. I don't want to spend that long in this world, to be blunt. Oh yeah, also, as far as biome spread, this world was the world that had the 2 crimsons next to spawn. And, that has not meaningfully impacted me at all. I have done no quarantining whatsoever, and we have been perfectly fine. Was I fighting Golem with a Star Fury? Would you feel better if I said yes? I also have a Staff of Regrowth on my hotbar. Would you believe me if I said I fought Golem with a Staff of Regrowth? We're just gonna sit here and wait for Ice Golem detected nearby. I have notifications on Discord. Nothing too important. Ice Golem left. Right. Right. Okay. Ice Golem is a potentially dangerous enemy, so we're going to make a little trench for him here, and we're just going to seal him inside here. And because we have an exploding weapon, we can just do this. Ice Golems can freeze you, which can be threatening. Star Fury is an accidentally summoned 3 Queen Bees tool. Yeah, the Star Veil also accomplishes that. So the reason we're doing this is because you can craft a Blizzard in a bottle from a Cloud in a bottle. Using a Frostbow. And, oh, we got a Nice Feather too. That would be nice, because that's a much better double jump than the one we have currently. Any luck? No, I don't think I have any luck bonuses. I think it was a straight 1 in 3 chance. Only 2 mana? Hey, that's 40 mana. But yeah, don't be afraid to make an inferior balloon at first, because you can always, you know, craft it something better later, or decraft it to get your balloon back. See, what is the crafting station for this? Is it Crystal Ball? Is Crystal Ball the crafting station? I'm genuinely not sure. I think it might be Crystal Ball. Guide, I need you. Tinkerer's Workshop, is it? No, it's Crystal Ball. Don't try to gaslight me, okay? I know my crafting recipes. I forgot I already had a crystal ball, but I do know my crafting recipes. Do you know how to find prismatic lacewings and get fixed, boy? They spawn in the false surface, the one above the mushroom layer at the bottom of the world. In hollow, of course, at the appropriate time of day. Okay. Yeah, jungle farm. Let me go ahead and get battle potions. And water candle. Water candle still up here? Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go expand that place a little bit. Let me maybe buy a couple more dry rockets. It would be nice to be able to buy steampunk wings. Let's see. She likes the arms dealer, right? I think she does. We make sure we drink our hunter potion. Actually, it'd be quite nice to get that mimic. She has more health than Duke, and so you assume she's after him. The Empress of Light. Empress of Light is I would place her as after Duke Fishron. I think they're at very similar points in time, but I think the Empress is generally more demanding than Duke Fishron. Even if they're both balanced for Post-Golem. It's like how I would put Frost Moon after Pumpkin Moon. Right, I think that's a comparable assessment. They're both balanced to be Post-Golem, but I think Frost Moon is a lot more demanding. Another Mimic? I wouldn't mind another Mimic. It's quite a lot of money. I should grab some Spelunker potions. Christmas is after Halloween. Damn. You might be onto something there. We have had enough of you for one day, Tortoise. You had your 15 minutes of fame when you killed the other character. By that logic, Christmas is after Halloween because that is the closer relation. So where does the Moonlord holiday fall? Moon Day. Monday! Lunar New Year's? They're still coming up with New Year's? I would have thought they ran out of ideas by now. Kind of rehashing the same thing. It's like Call of Duty. Oh, I remember seeing, what was it? Somebody shared a Unity framework from Walmart for trying to sell items in to players in games. What was it? The sales pitch was like, gamers spend 150 times more on real stuff than items in-game. How about we translate that into profits for you? By allowing gamers to buy real items while in-game. Which makes no fucking sense. There were 2 New Year's, Lunar and Solar. They both exist? Nah, I don't agree. I don't think that's true. Domestic terrorism. Emperor's just always enraged and get fixed boy. You think if fought on the surface? It's not that she's always enraged and get fixed boy if fought on the surface. It's that she can only be fought enraged on the surface. That is, if you're fighting the Empress of Light, you cannot fight her at nighttime. You can only fight her on daytime. On the surface and get fixed boy. If you are fighting her underground, you can fight her at any time of day, and she will never be enraged, even if it's during the daytime. So effectively, yes, you can only fight her enraged on the surface, but it's not that she's always enraged, because you can't fight her at nighttime. You can only fight her when she is able to enrage. Empress doesn't get enraged, get empowered. Those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive. Is regular Empress during daytime always enraged? Regular Seed? Yeah. Yeah. She's like the Skeletrons, where if you fight her during the daytime, she insta-kills. She doesn't lose her attack pattern like the Skeletrons. So you do have that going for you. You can dodge her as normal. It's just if she hits you, you die. Does Frost Legion need to have a Zenith component to be relevant? I don't want Frost Legion to be relevant. Could we just not have it be relevant? Frost Legion feels like the type of thing that Relogic would have removed from the game from mobile versions in the 1.3 update. Although, actually, that's not true. That's not true. If it was something from the mobile versions that they removed in the 1.3 update, it would have dropped a random busted item that, like, completely broke any semblance of balance. Or just, like, didn't make sense. Like, you know, infinite use healing items that were better than the other healing items, or, whatever. Yeah, let's do this. Get it? That was a Yellets joke. See that Yellets down there? Got some clever wordplay, right? Man, I really don't have a good way to... to farm tortoises here, I'm realizing. We can sit maybe here. And then spawn platform on the right, I think. Yo-yos deserve a rework? I don't know if they need a full rework. I think if you just gave a lot of yo-yos special effects, like, what the high five and the, Terrarian have, I think it'd be fine. I think it's more that yo-yos are just all the same. There's really nothing to distinguish them. And their base mechanics outside of those ones really just aren't interesting. Emerald makes enemies move slower? No, it doesn't. There's not an item in this game that makes enemies move slower. What? What the hell was my summon shooting at? Did you see how badly it was missing that bat? Poor performance indeed. Oh, that was a suggestion for the Amarok. Ah, I see, I see. Zenith only works for melee because the others don't have a de facto starting weapon. I mean, you could just make it crafted with some other random early game weapon, you know, Wand of Sparking or whatever. But I think every class having a Zenith defeats the point of the Zenith. I don't think every class should have a Zenith. Yeah, I think every class having a Zenith would not be interesting or fun. Like, the Zenith makes sense to exist. But if you're giving every class an item that's just comically overpowered compared to everything else in the game, like, what the fuck's the point? Not to mention, like, it's something that's actually justified with melee. Like, melee has a long history of it. It has... I'm quick about this, it'll be okay. You're kind of continuously building up on these weapon trees throughout the game. Other classes don't have anything like that. It would be weird to just pull that out at the end of the game. And it also just wouldn't be fun. Like, the worst part of Terraria is the endgame. Endgame Terraria sucks. I'm sorry if that breaks your heart to have me tell you that, but it does. There's nothing really interesting to do aside from just, like, build. Right? And the Zenith, honestly, does a great job of making the end game more interesting because it allows you to just fuck off and do whatever you want and delete anything that thinks about thinking. Right, so it accomplishes that task pretty well. You don't need 3 other weapons that do the same thing. For a part of the game that isn't good to begin with. You know? Just finished a summoner playthrough and after Golem you were waiting for it to end? Yeah, that's kind of how Terraria goes, honestly. The end game just isn't that well balanced or developed, and it's not very fun. Like, honestly, right now, if I were just playing, not trying to give good tactics, I would probably just go kill the Lunatic Cultist and then just go beat the game. But I think getting Beetle Armor first would be a good idea. It bothers you that not all melee weapons are affected equally by melee speed? What did I come here for? Make a house for the Dryad. Buy mushroom seeds. Someone's take was that wings are an extremely boring form of movement and that makes hard mode significantly more boring than pre-hard mode. That's a take. Definitely. What would you do if you did not have wings? Well, you have gravitation potions, which are the de facto fallback answer. You have feather fall potions and hooks and stuff, which can be fun, but take quite a lot of practice to make work. I don't really agree with that, but I could see where they're coming from, I suppose. I think there's a fair amount of nuance to wings. I think wings goes to let you more with boss stacks. Yeah, or mounts, infinite mounts. Yeah, by the way, if you have any jungle seeds, you can buy mushroom seeds from the Dryad and shimmer them to turn them into jungle seeds. Oh, rocket boots and bundle of balloons. God, could you imagine a bundle of rocket boots for dodging all the hard mode attacks? Should we hover wing mechanics? Yeah, hover wings are just really awkward without infinite flight. I don't know. Like, I can understand where that person is coming from, but I also know the strategies that players fall back on, right? And, like, without wings, what are you going to do? Make asphalt bridges? You guys remember back in, like, 1.2 and 1.3 when asphalt bridges were all the rage and everyone just made asphalt bridges for everything and the game was incredibly fucking boring to play with asphalt bridges? Because I do. What was your strategy for the twins? Literally hold down the D key and run on an asphalt bridge. How do you fight the Moonlord? Hold down the D key and run on an asphalt bridge. Or stay inside a box where he can't hit you. I don't think wings are the cause of that problem. I think if wings were not the de facto dodging option, there would be something else that would honestly probably be more boring. But I do get what they're saying in the sense that wings don't leave a lot of room for creativity. But I do think wings in combination with balloons do leave a decent amount. There's air dashes effectively with that. Terraria is a fantastically designed game until after Golem. I don't think after Golem is the point where Terraria balancing becomes poor. I think it is literally just what Relogic added in 1.3, the Cultist, Pillars, and Moonlord. Everything else post-Golem, I think, is balanced pretty damn well. The Old One's Army, the Motions, Empress of Light, Duke Fishron, like, those are all fairly well balanced. They provide gear that's useful for fighting the other post-Golem content. The problem is all of it, invariably, without fail, gets completely outclassed by anything after killing the respective pillar and making a pillar weapon. The Moonlord just grossly outclasses everything else in terms of stats post-Golem. And it just leads to this situation where it's not difficult to kill the Cultist. It's not difficult to kill your associated pillar. Anything you get in the meantime would just get outclassed with the exception of some accessories or wings. We have hollowed armor, so I'm not too worried about that tortoise there. That's why I was willing to run towards it. So, like, why? Why engage with it? Or shed more between Cultist and Pillars? I think they should just rebalance the Cultist and Pillars. Okay. Honestly, I think they should rebalance the Moonlord too, but... You know, I think the problem is just the fact that it all outclasses everything that comes before it. Oh, right. Spiders can pass through one block. Okay. Average tortoise behavior. Yeah, don't let blocks stop you. There's a clever thing we can do to avoid this, though. If we put background walls here, then the spider won't be in its crawler form, so it can't walk through this one block gap. I'm just going to go ahead and build a roof before another tortoise clips through a thing and kills me. The Cultist needs an expert mode drop. It wouldn't hurt, but I think the main problem with that point in the game is just that everything you get from the pillars grossly outclasses everything that comes before it, with a very small number of exceptions. And the Moonlord has so much HP that the regular post-Golem tiered stuff... Like, you were in a situation where there is no other point in the game where the items you get from the previous main boss are not good against the next boss. Right? The things that you get post-Golem are not good against the Moonlord. They're fine against the Cultist, but he's, like, barely even a boss. He doesn't even drop a treasure bag. The game just gives you items to fight the Moonlord with 100% of the time that you always have, and are always better. Like, it creates a problem and then solves it itself in a way that removes player agency, and just isn't fun at the end of the day. You know, you don't really choose what pillar weapon you get. You have two options, and usually, like one of them is good for crowd control, one of them is good at single target, or one of them is kind of just bad. You know, you don't go out of your way to get one. It's just, oh, you pick the one associated with your class. Like it's so superficial and not rewarding. On top of the fact you have to do an incredibly annoying event to get there. Flying dragon, yeah, they do that. I mean, there are some dragons that don't fly, and if you ever played the Dragonology board game, you remember, what is it, the Nux? I don't think the Nux fly, right? And if you have the Dragonology book, you could feel like the dragon scales and stuff. I'm going to get my Holy Protection back, and I'm going to check down there for turtle shells from the turtles that died down there. Nope. Nothing. Screw motions. I think motions are like a Deerclop situation where they're so close to being kind of good, but then just kind of fumble at the finish line. Like, the Motion Saucer is one of Terraria's best designed bosses. I genuinely believe that. It's just you take the Motion Saucer and then you also add, hey, what if we just shot the player constantly? Non-stop laser spam while they're trying to fight this boss. And it kind of spoils the fight. I'd see a 1-1 B-man. If I find the grenade launcher good, you barely use it for some reason, it's fine. Deals solid damage. You know, I'd rather have a Venus Magnum, but it's better than a shot bow. I think the main issue with it is that it's a Plantera weapon, and as a Plantera weapon, was there a moth? Yeah, there is a moth. It's like a 1 in 9 drop rate, and you almost never fight Plantera more than once, so when are you gonna get a grenade launcher? Those turrets just need a range limit. Dude, you know what would probably be the most enjoyable change they could make to motion invasions? If they made it so that all of the motion enemies just, like, got the confusion debuff and ran away from you when a motion saucer was spawned in. And you could just sit there and fight the saucer, and you wouldn't be getting harassed by regular enemies while doing it. My Jungle King? No, we're getting Beetle armor. Beetle shell. It's a very good option for hardcore. Why is Martian Saucer labeled as a boss in the bestiary? It is a boss. It's an event boss, but it's a boss. At least we got butterfly dust. We're at steampunk wings now. Butterfly dust is useless. There we go. I knew he was over there. Torch God is counted as a boss. Goblin Warlock and Mothron don't have relics. Those are mini bosses. Those aren't event bosses. You'll also notice how Goblin Warlocks and Mothrons don't have giant health bars that pop up in the bottom of the screen. The Flying Dutchman has a relic. Santa Claus has a relic. Ice Queen has a relic. Everscream has a relic. Pumpkin has a relic. Morningwood has a relic. Those are all event bosses. Saucer has a relic too. The only technical event bosses that don't have relics are the pillars. But trying to imagine making 4 relics, 1 for each pillar. Also, the pillars are more just a mechanical boss than an actual boss. It's more just like the mechanism for how the pillars work. Bet Betsy every run because you love the wings. They are really nice, yeah. Give me 1 more turtle shell. That's all we need. Why does Frost Moon get 3 relics and Pumpkin Moon only 2? Because Pumpkin Moon has 2 bosses and Frost Moon has 3 bosses. Why doesn't Lunatic Cultist have a treasure bag? The hell is the Lunatic Cultist gonna drop in a treasure bag? Well, like, they probably... I mean, they sprited a Cultist treasure bag, and they were probably going to give the Cultist a treasure bag, and then they went... Wait. This boss doesn't drop anything. Why are we giving him a treasure bag? Everything in his pockets, no need for a bag. Like, mechanically, the only reason that bosses have treasure bags, I'm fairly certain, is so that in multiplayer, drop scale for expert mode. Right, that's why treasure bags exist. It's a way to scale drops for multiplayer. But he doesn't drop anything. So, who gives a fuck? Mechanically, it'd just be pointless. A Betsy X mode drop would be cool. Yeah, I doubt it would ever happen. I feel like crossover content like that is something that probably needs to, well, I don't know that Relogic would want to add more Old One's Army content. Astral Shell is so hard to get. It could be a real pain. Even if Cultist did drop something and just get outclassed by the pillar weapons, yeah. So, like, weapons are kind of off limits, and then that leaves accessories and, like, mounts or consumable items, and, like, yeah. Betsy has one. Betsy has one to scale her drops for multiplayer. So that when you complete the Old One's Army in multiplayer, you get more copies of her items. Phantasmal Dragon Summon would be cool. We actually have a tool for that. Our JM Bliss, it's called the Stardust Dragon. This technology already exists. I'm sure you could find some dye with critter shampoo to make it look like a Phantasmal Dragon. Unfortunate Ogre doesn't get one. Yeah, farming the tier 2 Old One's Army can be a real pain. In multiplayer. Because you don't scale your defender medal count, and you don't scale the drops. Honestly, the biggest thing isn't even the Betsy drops, it's the fact that you scale how many defender medals you get from the treasure bag, right? Although, wait, do defender medal counts scale in multiplayer? Maybe they do. Maybe they're client side, I don't remember. Do you think the Hornet sprites are good? I don't have any problems with the Hornet sprites. I think they're fine. I don't have any problems with them. They were sprited more recently, so they might feel a little out of place with Terraria's artistic style. But I don't think they're a bad sprite by any means. It's odd that neither the Dark Mage or Ogre drops treasure bags. I mean, Dark Mage not dropping treasure bags makes sense because they don't have drops to scale with expert mode. Ogre not dropping a treasure bag. Yeah, that one's a little unusual. He's definitely a boss that you would want to scale their drops with because, you know, why else are you doing the Old One's Army if not for the items? We're trying to do right now. We're getting turtle shells to make beetle shell armor. We are at 2 out of 3 turtle shells. Zombies are due for a resprite, I think. I don't think there's much in Terraria that needs a resprite. We should be safe here. Let's look at the best cherry. Anything that looks a little, yeah, I think zombies are fine. And none of these sprites stand out to me as, it's particularly bad. I think, you know, the demon sprite has always struck me as a little underwhelming. I wouldn't mind seeing demons get resprited. I feel like you could, make a cooler demon sprite. Demons look comical, not scary. I mean, I think it's hard for anything to look scary in Terraria's art style, so I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. But I just like, what is this? It's just like it's just a skinny guy. It's a skinny guy with one eye. I feel like this sprite could be made a lot more interesting. Damn, Red Devil really is just like a palette swap demon. I didn't even realize that. That's fucking Terraria, old gen console and mobile levels of spriting, yeah. Yeah. I think demons are definitely an underwhelming sprite. If I were to pick one enemy, it'd probably be them. Chaos Elemental is so underwhelming, it's just a purple guy. Holy shit, Five Nights at Freddy's? Also, isn't he like pink? That's totally pink. That's not purple. Let's not be ridiculous. I don't know. I do think a lot of Terraria's old sprites have charm. And even if they're not like the highest quality sprites, like I wouldn't want to resprite like a Chimera. Like I think this looks pretty solid. I think Cursed Skulls are a kind of mediocre sprite. Hello? The fuck was that? Well, it hit me. It did a lot of damage. The moth did not hit me. Could it have been a moss hornet shooting me? Maybe. It feels like a lot of damage. I mean, I was at like half HP after one hit. That feels like a lot for a moss hornet. I guess it must have been. It couldn't have been the spiders because they can't fit through that gap. It couldn't have been. If it was one of these, they would have still been alive. I wouldn't have killed them that quickly, I don't think. Guess it must have been the stingers, yeah. Yeah, it couldn't have been the moss hornets, because I have a banner. Yeah, they would have done almost no damage to me. Yeah, if it was a tortoise, I would have been dead. Plus, we would have seen the enemy, right? Like... These guys up here. They're eating up my spawn rates and they're not disappearing. There why things have gotten so slow. Maybe if I sit down here, they'll despawn. Jungle bats? It couldn't have been a bat. A bat couldn't get it there. I have no idea what that was. Maybe felt a chest pain? Yeah, spontaneous heart attack. It has to have been an angry trapper from the side, I think. And maybe my minions did enough damage to kill it. I don't know what else could have done that much damage. I don't think there is anything else. No, the Moss Hornet Stinger counts as damage from the moth. Or the Moss Hornet. Oxygen deprivation. We're farming for a third turtle shell. We got 2 like half an hour ago, and we've just been waiting for the last one. We have killed a lot of tortoises. $30. Nothing. Reviewing the footage was probably a jungle creeper somehow entering crawler mode. I guess. I thought these walls would have stopped it, but spiders are buggy, so who knows. Well, we've got our jungle creeper banner, so that won't happen again. Why am I using Star Fury and hard mode? Aren't there better weapons with walls? Like what? What am I gonna use? What? What, do I gotta fucking kill Plantera for a Nettle Burst? Am I gonna go try to farm hollowed mimics for a crystal vial shroud? Name me a weapon that goes through blocks that actually attacks enemies on the other side of blocks that I could get easily. Chlorophyte Partisan doesn't have as much range. I could not kill things like this with a Chlorophyte Partisan. I'd have to get closer. Star Wrath? Yes. Yes, if I had the Star Wrath. Meteor Staff can't go through blocks in the same way. Death Sickle, low range. I can't kill stuff like at the corner of the screen, like this up here with the Death Sickle. Or any of the weapons you just mentioned. Flying Dragon, also low range. Flying Dragon doesn't actually go that far. The power of love? I don't believe in love. Not anymore. Creeper definitely snuck inside. The gore was all inside the box. Oh, I guess that's something to keep in mind. We have a banner now, so it's really not a threat. Well, we're getting plenty of money from this, at least. That's something, I guess. The flying knife, I need a line of sight to get there in the first place. I mean, I guess, but it would also require farming hollowed mimics, which, you know, may or may not give the drop. We also have a goblin invasion. Have to deal with that whenever we get our final piece of armor. Been farming for almost 30 minutes? Yeah. I know. I've been here the whole time. It hasn't been fun. However, I think beetle armor is pretty unparalleled, and I think you should pretty much always get beetle armor at the end of hard mode in a hardcore playthrough. The survivability it presents is really unrivaled. We're in the cavern layer, yeah. Please, Mr. Tortoise. Does the Deadless Stormbow somehow reach that far? It would depend on what's above it. But again, that requires farming hollowed mimics, which I don't really want to do. What are we farming for? Turtle shell. We need one more. We want beetle armor. Nimbus Cloud? I'd have to repeatedly reset it every 10 minutes. I have a magic mirror. It's right there. There's a shell. Okay. Oh. We have to teach these goblins all about grenades. But like not the usual grenades, different grenades. Warlocks here. Actually kind of annoying to try to kill with come fly at me. With a grenade launcher. Oh, if she's below me, that's not bad. Right, Chaos Balls scale their damage, so those would actually hurt. Does a black belt stack independently of Brain of Confusion dodge? I believe so. What would them stacking not independently entail? A very small edge use case where only one of them could activate. So I guess you'd have a slightly smaller chance. But no, I'm pretty sure they activate independently. I don't feel like killing this woman. I've killed enough women. Get steampunk wings. Okay, now we can go ahead and make total armor. By the way, killing Golem one time will always drop enough beetle shells to make a full beetle armor set on expert mode and above. You make the shell. And now we have access to the beetle endurance buff, which gives us a 45% damage reduction as long as we have not taken damage recently, which is phenomenal. It provides almost no offensive bonus, so there's really no reason to use melee weapons when using it. You can use whatever the fuck you want, and it should be perfectly fine. What do you guys think? We'll kill Duke Fishron? Get a Duke Fishron weapon? Probably the play. I think this is a pretty solid line. Honestly, the most consistent line is probably just to go kill the cultist immediately and do pillars, but Duke Fishron's fine. Be very careful about Duke Fishron. This does allow you to get hit as long as it's infrequently by Duke Fishron without being in that much danger. But if he hits you multiple times in quick succession, you can be in a lot of danger, and you should be very careful about that. The reason for that is because it will eat through your beetle endurance buff, and then you won't have 45% damage reduction, right? You really want to make sure that you are not getting hit. I lost some NPCs. Very frequently. It's very, very important. Okay, we have truffle worms. We'll need to build an arena, but that's okay. Launch to the ocean. Oh, Dryad's down there. Right. Let me just wait till nighttime and move the Dryad in here. Daytime Empress of Light should never be done in hardcore. Yes. I don't think there is a single situation in which the Daytime Empress of Light is a good decision from the perspective of trying to beat the game. Now, you might have practiced the Daytime Empress of Light 1,000 times, and you might be very, very consistent at doing it, and you're very, very confident that you can do it without taking damage. That's fine. You can do it. That's okay. If you have a lot of experience doing it and you have a good shot at doing it, go for it. But it's never going to make you more likely to win the run than if you didn't do it. You will always have better odds of success if you don't try to fight the Daytime Empress of Light than if you do try to fight the Daytime Empress of Light. The Terra Prisma is never really going to impact you that much. It's not really that amazing, and you can make do fine without it. If you're good enough at the game to consistently kill the Daytime Empress of Light, then getting a Terra Prisma is not going to meaningfully impact your ability to do the rest of the game. If you're the type of person who getting a Terra Prisma would meaningfully impact your ability to do the rest of the game, you are probably not good enough to consistently do the Daytime Empress of Light. Somebody somehow did daytime Empress of Light first try while controlling the game with a TV remote. What do you mean by first try? Like, surely that wasn't their first time playing the game. I mean, just on their first attempt at doing it with a TV remote? Yeah, that's impressive. You did watch a speedrun doing hardcore daytime Empress, and the dodge done in that video are so tight. Yeah, I mean, like, you can do it consistently. It's not like you can't do the daytime Empress of Light consistently. She's a very consistent boss. But, again, hardcore is about risk management. And the daytime Empress of Light, the risk involved in that fight is significant enough that I think it never makes sense from a perspective of if you are just trying to beat the game, you should fight her. If you are doing the daytime Empress of Light, then you're doing it with the acknowledgement that it's going to make the run more difficult, not easier. Now, I haven't fought the Empress of Light in months. So I'm not going to fight the daytime Empress of Light because I will die. I will die very quickly. I don't have her attack patterns memorized. I have not fought her in a very long time. I haven't really played Terraria in a very long time. I don't really have that much time to play the game or that much interest, honestly. There were a lot of challenges I started doing and then just stopped doing because I lost interest. Which hopefully 1.4.5 remedies a little bit. But yeah, I'm not gonna show up and try to do that. If I practiced a lot beforehand, sure, but I haven't practiced a lot, so. Yeah, I think this also, these playthroughs here kind of showcase something that people ask me a lot, which is if I was just playing the game on an average playthrough, how long would it take me to beat it? Probably about the pace that I've been going at here, maybe a little bit faster because I wouldn't have to be preparing as aggressively. I feel like I usually give like something around like 10 hours or a little under that. And I'm not speedrunning. I'm taking things carefully. A bandit regen. Just thinking about it, but no. Your average playtime is 150 hours? I assume you like to fish a lot. Fishing is something that really, really, really ups your playtime. For the man who has a Terror Prism on a hardcore character before beating Moonlord, they are not sane and not in a good way. I don't think it's that bad. Like, it's the sort of thing that as long as you have practiced it extensively, you should be able to pull it off fairly consistently. The Empress of Light is a very consistent boss. And if you know the strategy that you want to use and you have practiced that strategy, you can do it pretty well. Like, there are plenty of ways to do the Empress of Light quickly, with minimal risk to yourself, if you know the dodging motions and patterns. Like, the thing is, the Empress of Light is not really seeing what she's doing and reacting to it. It is following a predetermined pattern and having a specific plan of actions that you take to dodge that pattern. Right? Somebody fighting the Empress of Light who's experienced with her and done it a lot, they're not going to be sitting there going, shit, she's doing this attack. I need to go this way. Shit, she's doing this attack. I need to go this way. They're going to go, okay, I need to move here, then 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 move here. It's more like a geometry dash level or something where you're memorizing the exact pattern you need to take. Or a Toho level. Those also flow the same way. As opposed to something like a Dark Souls boss or an Elden Ring boss where you need to react to what the boss is doing. Which, not to say that it's not difficult, but that is to say that it's consistent enough that you can do it if you've practiced it and know that pattern. Now, what would be more unhinged, I think, is getting like a Skulky. But we're the person who has a Dungeon Guardian pet in hardcore, because even on the best of days, their spawning can be inconsistent and annoying, and it's also just completely pointless. The Skulky in pre-hard mode? Well, generally you get it in pre-hard mode because you fight Skeletron in pre-hard mode. You don't have to fight him in pre-hard mode, but most people will. Okay, well, let's go for this. If I fall to low HP, I'll recall. We set that now. Half HP, no potion. That's our recall point. Ooh, grenade launcher's probably not very good for Duke Fishron, now that I think about this. It's not gonna do very well against those bubble attacks, is it? Well, I suppose it's not too bad. Yeah, as long as I just physically make distance, we're fine. Actually, it's not bad against the bubble attacks, because it pops multiple at once with the AoE. Hey, Fanok. But yeah, Beetle Armor really is a phenomenal item. And I think basically any hardcore playthrough has a greater odds of success if you use Beetle Armor compared to ignoring Beetle Armor. Yes, your damage will be bad. That is true, especially on high difficulties, especially if you're on like legendary mode or something like that. You don't have to use Beetle Armor the entire time. But especially during particular situations, I think Beetle Armor just provides so much value with staying alive. Like that, right there. That Sharpon did 58 damage to me. That is nothing. That is nothing. I think their base damage is like 210. Or something like that. 58 damage, I've already healed that up. I haven't even drank a potion. The ideal situation for hardcore is to stack the deck in your favor so much that it doesn't matter what happens, you'll be fine anyways. Right? That was 53 damage. That's nothing. You can... I think the description I usually give is, if you are a good player, you are not going to get hit that much. When you do get hit, if you have a squishy build, getting hit can be pretty fucking disastrous. Like, if I got hit for, like, what, 150 damage there from a Sharpon, that's pretty bad. A couple hits like that, I will die. A couple hits like that, it puts me in a really dangerous situation, I might want to recall. If I have Beetle Armor, doesn't matter. 58 I can shrug that off, that's nothing. It's a third as much damage from one hit. You put yourself in situations where you're not likely to mess up. You play intelligently. You make a good plan. And you minimize the chances of anything bad happening. And you stack the deck in your favor so that if something bad does happen, it doesn't matter. You're fine. You can shrug it off. Those NPCs. Yeah, that I took 12 damage there. I'm not even sure what hit me, but it only did 12 damage. And don't get me wrong, I am not invulnerable here. If I stop moving and Duke Fishron hits me 2 or 3 times in a row, I lose my 45% damage reduction, I lose my 30% damage reduction, I lose my 15% damage reduction. If you get hit multiple times in a row with Beetle Armor, you can die very, very quickly. It really is at its best when you are moving, avoiding most attacks, and making it so that the couple of attacks that do hit you don't matter very much. There are 2 types of hardcore players, the calculating one and the I'd win. I mean, I like being the I'd win, right? I fucking love showing up to boss fights without enough preparation. But if I'm trying to give people advice on how to actually win, then just saying fuck it and going for it doesn't usually go that well. The problem is, it's the sort of thing that works 70-80% of the time. And the other 20, maybe like 10% of the time when it doesn't work, you can recognize it and recall quickly enough. But then like 10% of the time, you kind of just die. And if you're taking risks that have a decent chance of ending with you dying, if you take enough of them, eventually you will lose. Would Beetle Armor be good for true melee runs? No, Beetle Armor is quite bad for true melee runs. You'd want to use Beetle Scale Mail. Beetle Scale Mail scales melee speed based on hits, melee speed and damage. The problem is Beetle Shell is really bad for 90% of things, and it's very good for specifically hardcore. The one thing Beetle Shell does well is hardcore. It sucks for face tanking. It isn't that great for like regular tanking. Okay, that's 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2. Oh, it's probably my own explosion that did 12 damage to me. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, Sharknado. 1, 2, 3, Sharknado. Fucking dying during that stream. And you guys remember the fishing only stream where I was fighting Duke Fishron? God, that was killing me. This fight is being made to look so graceful. His third phase is pretty graceful, I think. As long as you have a bit of ascension speed, you can do this pretty consistently. Just pay attention to how many dashes he's doing, and you should be good. Ideally, we get a Tsunami. That is the worst option. Tempest Staff sucks. We'll do him one more time, and then we'll just move on to the Cultist regardless of succeed or fail. This is so sad. Duke Fishron play Day Remix. Shrimpy Truffle? We do get Shrimpy Truffle, but, I just don't really care, to be honest. But yeah, a Beetle Armor is quite bad for true melee, because you're getting hit quite frequently with true melee. Generally. Like, with being that close to enemies, you usually get hit decently often. It also has no offensive capabilities. Almost no offensive capabilities. Which is pretty bad. With true melee, you kind of want some stuff that's going to buff your damage or hit rate to make it worth getting that close. Beetle Scale Mail accomplishes that pretty well. It buffs your damage and melee speed by 30% with a stacking buff. The more you, as long as you keep attacking, you get 30% damage, 30% melee speed. That's really good for true melee. You can also go with like a Valhalla Knight breastplate, maybe like a Shinobi Infiltrator mix or something, for melee speed and damage and regen and stuff. For face dang, it's Valhalla Knight? Yeah. Yeah, Valhalla Knight breastplate gives 4 HP per second life regeneration, which is just ridiculous. Honestly, for most late game applications, Valhalla Knight breastplate is better. I think for like, Valhalla Knight breastplate is more effective. It's a bit more annoying to get, in my opinion. And it really comes down to how frequently you're getting hit. If you're getting hit frequently, Valhalla Knight breastplate is miles better than Beetle Shell. It's like, it actually gives offensive bonuses too, pretty strong ones. Beetle Shell is best against enemies with very high attacks that defense is not effective against. Right? So, Beetle Shell is good for Duke Fishron. Duke Fishron has very high damage, like 200, 270, 300, whatever. It's very good for the Moonlord. Moonlord has some very high damage attacks. The laser, the eyes, it puts in a lot of work against them. It's very good for the pillars. It's very good for legendary mode, where enemies can be doing like 800, 900, 1,000 damage. Beetle Shell actually makes it so you can survive getting hit by these enemies. Especially if you have a life force potion, you can just take a hit from an enemy that would instantly kill literally anything else. And you'll be hurt, but you won't die. And that could be very, very valuable. If you use Total Armor, Scarf, Endurance Potion, and Ice Shell, you have a 6-7% damage this below 50% HP. If you have a build that tanky and something is capable of getting you below 50% HP in Hardcore, you should be getting the fuck out of there. Because clearly you do not have a handle on the situation, and whatever is hitting you is doing a lot of damage. If anything is getting you to half HP with a charged Beetle Endurance, Endurance Potion, Worm Scarf, and all that other stuff, you're doing something very wrong, and you should get out of there. That's part of why I don't really like the Frozen Shell, and I don't think it's that good, is, like, I'm never below half HP. Half HP is my condition for leaving. If I get below half HP, I'm recalling. I'm getting out of there. That means I'm, like, seriously misplaying, and I am going to die. The first time I drop below half HP, I'm going to drink a potion and not drop below half HP. And then if something drops me below half HP after I drank my potion, like, I'm taking way too much damage. I'm going to die. You know, yes, the extra damage reduction from the Frozen Turtle Shell is great. It might help me not die, so would a Cross Necklace. So would literally just leaving as soon as I got to half HP. Like, it's filling a niche for a situation that you never want to be in. You never want to be below half HP and still, like, fighting something. The only situations where that might happen are, like, when you can't leave. Moonlord. Moonlord. I really can't think of another one. For hard mode. Okay, he goes phase 3 here. Okay, he dashes once. 1, 2. I want to fall down a bit. 1, 2, 3. 1. 1, 2. Maybe a very dangerous Queen Bee? No. You can melt Queen Bee way too quickly in hard mode. Queen Bee can potentially be dangerous because her bees do scale their contact damage. So if you underestimate Queen Bee, she can put out a lot of damage. But she's got like 6,000 HP. I lost count. Oh, at 3. You can kill her really quickly. She's only ever dangerous if you underestimate her, and usually it's not Queen Bee herself that's dangerous. Oh, one thing you should be very careful of with Duke Fishron, if he ever hits you, even with Beetle Shell, you should look at your buffs and see if he inflicted Feral Bite. If he did inflict Feral Bite, be ready to recall. It's possible that Feral Bite could lead to confusion or some other very, very dangerous debuff that causes you to get hit when you weren't expecting it and really throw a wrench in your plan. Tsunami? Okay. Well, we get Fishron wings. I guess that's something. Confusion or armor break. Broken armor isn't as big of a deal with Beetle Shell, but that can definitely be annoying. Okay, I'll just, I don't know if I'm going to go all the way through and kill the Moonlord. I'm getting kind of tired, and we've been streaming for a while. I will at least do the pillars. At least a couple of the pillars. Show off the general strategy. Which is edging. When you're fighting the pillars, you really want to become a master of edging. Edging is very effective. It is by far the safest way to deal with the pillars. Isn't Curse also one of the debuffs? It is, yeah, but the Curse lasts for a very small amount of time. And Curse doesn't actually impair your ability to dodge. So Curse won't make you get hit. It does stop you from recalling, but it doesn't make you get hit. I'm just gonna make an Avenger emblem. I don't feel like going to the Shimmer, and I've been using a fucking Summoner emblem this entire time. That's okay. This does not need to be that expensive. God. How many hours do I have on this character? 8. And like 45 minutes was spent just farming for turtle shells. Let's go fight the cultist. Oh, actually, you know, well, if you were playing this world yourself, I would probably suggest you get to 500 HP. But, I just want to go, do the cultist, because that's the, I think the one part of the game that the one important part of the game that I think we can show off a good strategy for, which is the pillars. I'm gonna max out my HP? No, I'm just gonna go kill the cultist. I'm gonna buy more Rocket 2s. Or Rocket 3s. These do quite a bit more damage, don't they? It's 30 extra damage. That's quite a lot. Yeah, I guess I will ask. For those of you that have been paying attention to these streams the past couple days, is there any stuff that you think I didn't cover that you usually die from in hardcore, or anything that you think would be difficult for you to do? Because I feel like the stuff that I've been doing, at least for me, is extremely consistent, and I think pretty replicable. How to get a good reaction time? Yeah, that one's trickier. I think having sensory potions like hunter potions to detect when things are coming before they happen can help out, because that means your reaction time doesn't have to be as fast. Okay. Now here's one thing I will do. I'm going to unsummon these Sharknadoes before fighting the Lunatic Cultist, because minions can attack the wrong cultist, and that can be very, very annoying when it happens, because it causes a Phantasmal Dragon to get summoned, and Phantasmal Dragons are very deadly. Phantasmal Dragon is more dangerous than Cultist. 100%. This is actually quite terrible. I think the grenade launcher is going to be an awful weapon for the Cultist. He does Fire Ice, Lightning, Fire Ice, Summon. Yeah, this is going to be quite a slow Cultist fight. Going to be up top. But you can see these attacks do very little damage to me. It's phase 1 attacks especially. The phase 2 ones will hit a bit harder, but... Fallen Stars can also hit the Cultist. I've had that happen during low damage challenges, flare gun only runs. I remember that happening. And oh my god, is that frustrating. Doing the Cultist fight perfectly fine, but then a Fallen Star just comes down and hits a clone and then basically screws you over. I almost messed up kind of badly there by choosing to attack at a bad time. Thank you, Grenade Launcher. This is going to be really slow. Dude, Shot Bow would have been more effective than this. I wonder if I can just sit here and eat some hits. I have enough defense that his projectiles really don't do that much damage to me, so I can kinda just sit here for a bit. The lasers do a lot of damage, so I have to be careful of the lasers. In phase 2, he'll have attacks that do a lot of damage. The Prophecy's End attack in phase 2, when it's fully charged and releases the Ancient Doom, does a lot of damage. It's one of the few attacks that scales non-linearly in Master Mode. It doesn't do that much damage in lower difficulties, but it does... It gets a larger increase in Master Mode than most attacks. There are very few things that do that. The Empress of Light's dash attack, I think, is another one. Can't think of another one off the top of my head. But, yeah, you have to be very careful with that attack. And you do, like, almost 500 damage, I think. Well, again, it's like I said, it's not that you can't take damage in a hardcore run. You can take damage. You just need to know when you can take damage and when you should be afraid for your life. And the Cultist, I'll be honest, he hits like a wet noodle in phase 1 without his summons. What would damage taste like? You ever tasted a penny? Tastes like that. Yeah, I would not recommend the Grenade Launcher for the Cultist, gotta say. The Ancient Light attack is also going to be really annoying. He's going to summon after this. Wait, we have a Shrimpy Truffle. We can kind of just leverage this. Yeah, that there, when they do their scatter shot, those hit very hard. I don't think they'd one-shot me. Well, they wouldn't one-shot me through Beetle Endurance, certainly. But, as phase 2 is what? Fire, Ancient Light, Ice. No, Fire, Ancient Light, Lightning, Ancient Light, Ice, Ancient Light, Lightning. And he can replace any one of them with the Prophecy's End. Or maybe there's no extra Ancient Light. Maybe it's just Fire, Ancient Light, Lightning, Ancient Light. Or Fire, Ancient Light, Lightning, Ancient Light, Ice, Lightning. And he keeps replacing the Lightning. Yeah. You guys remember when Ancient Lights just died immediately? That was a good time. Yeah, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Look at how much damage this deals to me. You guys see how much damage that was? That was crazy. Unbelievable, dude. We barely survived that, even with Beetle Endurance. Okay. Look at how much damage this is. That's 157? After a 45% damage reduction, and like 100-something defense. If we did not have Beetle Shell, that would have done around 300 damage. And we have over 100 defense. That is a very, very dangerous attack, and one that you should take seriously. Now that, before it's charged up, it does nothing. It's harmless. But once it's charged up, especially, you know, be careful fighting him at night, because those projectiles, let's go down. I don't want to, attract a wyvern. Discount Phantasmal Dragon. It has like 400 base damage? Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very scary. Not an attack you want to mess with. Ancient Light also deals quite a lot of damage. I mean, you saw that one did a healthy amount. So you don't want to just sit in front of the Cultist and eat hits like I did in the first phase and the second phase, because those Ancient Lights can really throw you off. Is it possible to use Bubble Gun while no-hitting this boss? Yeah, yeah. Bubble Gun's perfectly fine against the Cultist. You like fighting it by standing still with Starlight? Starlight's a really fun weapon. Yeah, you want to stop attacking a little bit early if you're using the bubble gun. Yeah, so right now, my Beetle Endurance wore off because I got hit a couple times in rapid succession. That's a situation where you should just, you know, lay off for a bit. Be careful. Don't get hit for a couple seconds. It recharges quite quickly, but, just be careful for a sec. Ideally, you have a weapon stronger than a grenade launcher when you're doing this. The grenade launcher is also, like, specifically very, very bad for the Cultist. It should not be taking this long, but we have just a very bad weapon for doing this. I think this really reinforces one of the core tenets of hardcore, which is it doesn't matter how much damage you deal. If the enemy can't kill you, then you'll win eventually. We're using a very bad weapon for the Cultist. He just can't deal enough damage to us to kill us. We have enough sustain through our regeneration potions and heart lanterns and campfires. And we have enough survivability through the Beetle Shell and Beetle Endurance buff that, like, he can't deal enough damage to us. You know, if we really messed up, sure, maybe he could, but in that situation, we can just leave. We can just come back later. You don't have to worry about making a really good damage build. You don't have to worry about being incredible at dodging. You don't have to worry about really anything except just the bare minimum. Stay alive. If you stay alive, you've won. With a couple of exceptions, like, you know, Wall of Flesh or bosses that need damage. Okay, so, pillars. You want to edge. That means going to the outside of the pillar. Taking 1 or 2 enemies and just killing those 1 or 2 enemies. Okay. Go ahead and leave. Then go back. Vortex Pillar is kind of annoying for this, especially with the weapon that we have, but it gets us Phantasm, so we'll do it. Ideally, you take, like, one, and also you don't take the most annoying enemy in the pillar, which are the Storm Divers, who suck. I thought that they would get kind of stun-locked if I kept shooting them. I don't think the grenade launcher is quite capable of doing that. So we'll just keep that in mind. We can break line of sight with grenade launcher to hit things, so we'll try to do that. Now, the Vortex Pillar and Stardust Pillar, you can edge the pillar and also find a way to... We'll try to do something like this, see if we can make this work. Here, we can farm queens. It's one of the things you can do. In the Vortex Pillar. They reproduce. When they die, they spawn larvae. And the larvae, eventually grow into hornets and then grow into queens themselves. You do have to be a little bit careful not to get hit by them. So if you just do something like this, you can spawn a bunch of queens, and then have them spawn a bunch of larvae, and then have those larvae spawn a bunch of hornets. I forgot to close the door, which is bad. I'm just going to go ahead and leave. You know, as I've lost control of the situation. We come back later. We get new queens. Yeah, you can hook to beat the gravitation. That is true. In between edging sessions, if you need to recover, you can just sit still with a shiny stone. Recover HP that way. Works pretty well. But yeah, just do this, and you can wear down the pillar. It's very safe. You don't have to expose yourself to a lot of danger at once, and there will be few enough enemies that if you don't like what you see, you can just leave. Come back later. Yeah, just show up here, walk away. Did anything spawn? Yes. A Vortexian. We go kill it. Alright. And then we do it again. Walk here, walk away. Did anything spawn? Yes. Storm Diver and a Hornet. Now, we've seen both of these enemies. And a Vortexian. We can go back to, queen farming. Queen farming is very effective. You can, of course, do something similar with Stardust cells. You know, like these... You know, strats like these are optimal, but it would be so much cooler if the pillars were proper boss fights. Yeah, I mean, it's just... It's the problem of... These enemies are extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. And fighting them on their terms is a bad idea. You want to fight them on your terms. And if you're fighting them on your terms, you're not staying in the pillar radius where more enemies can spawn. Now, you might have some of your hornets go off and despawn. That's okay. As long as you have a couple, they'll come back. There's also a limit to how many hornets can turn into queens at once in a small area. Yeah, and keep in mind, I have 45% damage reduction with these shots that are hitting me. And they're still doing this much damage to me. That is why we're edging. We have it 13 down. Because they just... the damage values are incredibly overtuned. And if you If you just walk up to the pillar, if I walk up in here, giant open area, I'm going to get shot the fuck to pieces by storm divers, and mostly storm divers. Are there ways to do it safely? Yeah, there's a strategy. You can dig in the hole. Dig a hole in the ground. That's a cheese strategy that works pretty well for this pillar. There are other options, but I think this one is the most versatile and safe, and it works for every pillar. Just take one or two at a time. You know, bite off as many as you can take, not more than you can chew. One of the things that's very annoying about Hornet Queens, or Alien Queens, is that they completely refresh their health when they base change. Pillar enemies also despawn very quickly as soon as they go off screen, so keep that in mind. Grenade launcher is not great here. It's not. No, it also wasn't great against the Cultist. I would have liked to get a Tsunami from Duke Fishron. We just got 2 Tempest staffs in a row, and I didn't really feel like getting anything else. But we're fine. We're about a fifth of the way there. It's pretty good for breaking line of sight on these guys, which is nice. Storm divers are a lot safer if you're on the ground, by the way. They get dangerous if you're in midair. They won't fly unless you're flying. But a situation like this, we have the high ground. We have high knockback from our grenade launcher. We can ed these guys pretty comfortably. Tempest, super high damage. They're pretty solid damage. They'd probably be decent here. I can resummon them. The enemies here are slow enough that they can probably get them decently consistently. No, they're not bad here. Alright, I'm going to sit still for a sec, regenerate my HP, get my beetle endurance back. Yeah, by the way, that wall we built up in the top left is actually doing quite a lot. We can edge very comfortably by just sitting here and attacking the enemies coming from the right. And the ones on the left get caught on that wall. This is a dangerous situation. I recognize that, and I'm going to recall. I don't want to be here. There's a storm diver built up on the left. If I try to go back to my safe area, there's a good chance he shoots me. If I get shot by another storm diver, I'm going down to 100 HP. That's not a situation I want to be in. I'll just leave. I'll come back later. Even this late in the game, even in a situation where you're being as careful as you can, do not be afraid to just leave. Get out of there if the situation starts to turn against you. As soon as we kill this pillar, we can get a Phantasm, which will be way more effective for the other pillars. Tempest kind of a bad summon. It's okay. It's just for a Duke Fishron drop, it's really underwhelming. It took me 30 seconds to get back here. Don't gamble your run over a 30-second walk back. I blew myself up. Do you fish in this playthrough? Nope, this is just from looting chests. Farming food is a pain, but the kitty cat is probably your favorite summon in the game. Yeah, I really like the kitty cat when paired with the firecracker. Kitty cat cracker. Problem is, you know, it's a biome chest, so it's a pain in the ass to get. Yeah, we're a third of the way done with the pillar. It's slow. Like, edging is slow. It will take a lot of time. But the payoff when you get there at the end will be good. And it's a lot better to edge for an hour and actually get to where you want to be instead of sitting here and being reckless, throwing caution to the wind and never even reach the pillar. Yeah. You can see how much fucking damage these pillar enemies do. By the way, remember that I have 45% damage reduction. And he's still hitting me for that much damage. Can pillar enemies drop biome keys? I'm actually not sure. Because they don't drop money, and I think that's a requirement for being able to drop keys. Don't they need to be able to drop money? No bother with the Post-Plantera dungeon. I'm not a huge fan of going to the Post-Plantera dungeon. Yeah, if you need to do something in the dungeon, I would suggest making an artificial dungeon instead of going to the natural one. Or if you have a biome key and you want to open something in a biome chest, I would suggest digging around the dungeon instead of actually going to the dungeon. I mostly didn't bother with the Post-Plantera dungeon just because I don't want to be here all day. And anything we were to get in the dungeon would take a long time to get. So Does blowing yourself up with the grenade launcher eat up beetle stacks? Oh, yeah, yeah. No, the grenade launcher's awful here. But yeah, potential things from the... potential things we could have gotten from the dungeon. Sniper rifle, solid. However, skeleton snipers are very dangerous, so they're really not an enemy you wanna mess around with. I could get a summon potion and exchange one accessory for an extra summon. Yeah, I mean that would make my build more effective. I'm using a fucking Magiluminescence. I'm just lazy. And I'm here to show off. Keep in mind, I think the fact that I'm doing this with not a good build reflects the fact that you don't need to have the best possible items. And if you have better items than I have, you have better odds of making this work. Right? For yourself. I'm gonna leave. I don't... one, my stacks got eaten up. Two, I was flanked on both sides. There's that same situation. Half HP, potion on cooldown, leave. Granted, I need to understand that I was about to get to half HP before that. The confusion debuff, I think, actually really hurt there because it caused the Storm Diver to be flying, which you don't really want them to be doing. Yeah, if you get hit a couple times, just leave. Go away. Come back. Doesn't take long. Now this guy, he must have picked up money or something. Why is he still here? Yeah, I actually fucking hate the Brain of Confusion here. This is awful. Okay, I didn't realize that, but Brain of Confusion for the Vortex pillar, terrible idea. Do not use the Brain of Confusion for the Vortex pillar, I think. Normally, those guys only fly when you are flying. And they're much more dangerous when they're flying because their attacks are way harder to avoid. And they're way harder to hit. Confusing them seems to make them fly in the air regardless. And that's really, like, that's really dangerous. I'm just gonna let my Sharknado kill that guy. I don't want to fuck with that guy. I mean, generally, any Duke... If you're doing, like, a pre-mech Duke Fishron, any drop that he gets, if you use that drop to kill him, will be drastically faster than whatever you used the first time. Even his worst drop still grossly outclasses everything pre-mech. Yeah, if I was doing this in Legendary mode, where the damage, contact damage is a lot higher, honestly, if I got hit once, I would probably recall. That might seem overly cautious, but when enemies literally can kill you in 2 hits with beetle armor, or 1 hit without beetle armor, if you get hit, you leave. Or at least retreat to a safe area. You can also, of course, trap the queens, which can make it more effective. Staying above alien queens, I think generally works fairly well. Their attacks don't angle super well. You don't want to be directly above them. You want to be a little far away, but they kind of have an arc to them, so I don't think they can shoot above them very well. Tempest also used to be a lot worse. They buffed it. I am going to get out of here preemptively. I can see that there are way more enemies there than I am equipped to deal with. So we're not even going to try. We are fighting them in the most cowardly way possible, because that gives us the best odds of survival. This is our first pillar. But that's okay. It's okay if you take a long time to edge. What's important is where you're going, not how you get there. Please don't talk about 1.4.5. There are a lot of people that want to play the update, you know, without knowing about the new content that's getting added and just, you know, experience the new content when it gets added. There's a courtesy to myself, who fits in that category, and other people in chat who don't want spoilers for 1.4.5. Just, you know, hold off for a week. With the magic mirror and the amazing save and quit button. I think saving and quitting is just lame in hardcore. It kind of... So, if I have auto pause on here, if I ever get in even the tiniest bit of danger, I can just immediately press escape, go down here. Alright, never mind. I take it back. I can't go down there. I guess because I auto-paused on, like, the exact frame I was using the grenade launcher or something, I can't click on anything. Okay. Well, outside of that situation, yeah, you can just press escape. There's literally no threat. and you can just immediately leave the game, unspawn everything, and you're perfectly safe. It really gets rid of a lot of the risk and interesting things. I never play with auto pause on, so I didn't know this, but yeah. It's kind of just lame. It's like playing Steel Soul Hollow Knight and using save and quits. Like you're doing a boss fight and you get down to one mask and you just save and quit. Right? It kind of undermines the challenge in the first place. Oh yeah, you could just immediately double tap escape if you happen to be using an item at the time, but Storm divers have a telegraph. I don't know if it's just a high graphics thing, but they do have a telegraph, yeah. It's also, I know I said it before, but it's ridiculous that the Storm divers do 100 damage through Beetle Endurance with 100 defense. That's what, a 300 damage projectile? Like, the pillar enemies are so fucking overtuned compared to everything else in the game. It's absurd. This is why we're edging. Because they just pull out the most ridiculous damage values for no reason. Red Devil does 480? Yes, but the Red Devil has a slow-moving projectile. They are not very common, and they're quite easy to avoid. Storm Divers are thrown at you non-stop in the pillar. They're very difficult to dodge. They have very fast projectiles after they got buffed in 1.4.4. Yeah. 300 base damage on Master Mode. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's more than a lot of the Moon Lord's attacks. Right, I think the only Moon Lord attack that does more than 300 damage is the Death Ray. I'm leaving. There's 3 of them. I'm not doing that. Fuck that. How will I get the pillar? Stand above it and shoot down. One of the key things about Terraria is that enemies need blocks to spawn on. With the sole exception of wyverns and harpies, every enemy needs a block to spawn on. And if we fly directly above the pillar here, you can see there are no blocks here. And wyverns and harpies can't spawn within the spawn range of a pillar. Now, this doesn't work if there's a floating island nearby. You have to be a bit more creative if there's a floating island. But we can just hop on a shrimpy truffle. We have infinite flight. Hover above it and just shoot downward, and it will die. And nothing can spawn nearby because there's no valid block to spawn on. Like to place a tier 3 ballista under it and AFK outside the radius. Yeah, that works too. You can use a Clinger Staff. You can use a Nimbus Rod. You can literally just shoot it. Like, if I'm sitting here and I have a gun, I could literally just shoot a bullet to the side, and it would hit the pillar. There are plenty of ways you can kill it from outside the radius. With the grenade launcher, though, we're a little bit more limited in our options, so we're going to have to be close enough. Okay, we're very close. This is dangerous. I'm leaving. Also, you can really see how valuable recall potions are here. These are situations where if I was a bit slower, I might get shot again. If I get shot again by a Vortex pillar enemy that does 300 base damage, that could be a bad situation. So being able to get out of there ASAP is really, really nice. One thing you could have is a potion of return. If you like fishing, maybe this will be up your alley. You make them with Obsidifish caught by fishing in lava. They let you just teleport back. If the pillar's in an awkward location, or if you're in a large world, you're in Get Fixed Boy where the pillars spawn underground, having a quick way back could be nice. My guess is they wanted the Pillars and Moonlord to be challenging, which they succeeded at. It's just they failed to make them challenging in an engaging way. They just made them challenging by cranking up their numbers to ridiculous values. It's very artificial. They also, you know, keep in mind they weren't built for Master Mode. They were built for Expert Mode. Okay, I'm going to make sure that there's not a flying enemy about to come after me. No, we're good. So what we're going to do here is fly up in the air, turn on the overlay, and go right here. We want to stay within the range of the pillar, as long as there's not an island nearby. If there's an island nearby, then enemies will be able to spawn, and you'll be a bit more careful. But if we sit right here, nothing can spawn. We can aim at the pillar, shoot downward, and it starts dying. And then as soon as it's dead, we just go down there and collect it. With pillar spawns on the ground, you literally have that happen in a non-hardcore playthrough. I mean, if the pillar's underground, then a lot of the enemies can't get to you. So, you're in a decent spot. Vortex can be a little bit tricky. You can throw dynamite at it from above to make a hole to expose it to the surface. Yeah. Basically, what we're doing with the pillars here is exactly the same as how the stream so zoomed out. Oh, that's just the map overlay. If you press I don't know what the default keybind is, but I have mine bound to N. You can change the map type, and this kind of has an overlay. It puts you at the center of the map, and it can make it easy to track bosses who have icons on the map. We sit here. We get our 42 Vortex fragments. That's kind of a low ball, but that's okay. We come here. We craft, I would suggest, a Phantasm. We go ahead and retire a grenade launcher. We have a lot of chlorophyte arrows. I'm going to go ahead and make more. Chlorophyte arrows are very good for the pillars. I would suggest them. And now, we're going to be doing the same thing, except we're going to be much more effective because we have a much better weapon. I'm going to come down here and reforge my Phantasm. With the Phantasm, there are actually 3 best modifiers because the Phantasm doesn't benefit from speed bonuses. So Godly, Demonic, and Unreal all have the same bonus. So this is equivalent to Unreal. Hardcore, would I prefer Phantasm? Phantasm. I would prefer Phantasm on any difficulty. We can go ahead and start edging the solar pillar. This one, you want to be careful of being in the sky. You can edge it in just the same way as the Vortex. Like this is a dangerous situation, but you can go in the sky for brief periods of time. You just need to go back on the ground quite quickly. So here, especially because now we actually have good damage, we can take 1 or 2 enemies, and even if we're flanked, we can go ahead and just jump over them as long as we stay in the air for a short period of time. We edge, we come back, we shoot whatever spawned. Strollers, potentially dangerous, but we have Beetle Shell. They won't kill us in 1 hit. All of this is being done so that no matter what happens, we can't die. Even there, Crawltipede hits me with its mouth, we're fine. We drink a potion, Beetle Shell saves us from taking a lot of damage, and we are good. Safest thing to do here is to sit and wait for my potion to come off cooldown. I'm not going to do that because I'm... honestly, I'm not trying to beat the game here. I'm just trying to show off this as a strategy. I'm kind of tired. I'm not going to edge for all 4 pillars. I'm just going to demonstrate that this is a good idea. But yeah. Just like with invasions, just like with biomimic spawns, just like with Golem, you want to fight bosses on your terms, and you want to fight enemies on your terms, not their terms. And with the pillars, that means you take them outside of their radius. Damn, he's a bouncy boy. You take them outside of the range of the pillar. You take them 1 at a time. You go to the edge. You do it slowly. And you take them out safely. You can do this on any difficulty. You can do this with almost any weapon. It's done best with beetle armor. You can also use hollowed armor if you don't want to grind for shells. If you have hollowed armor, then instead of getting hit for 45% and burning through your 45% damage reduction, it's getting hit and then you burn through your holy protection and then you just leave. Although on master mode, maybe you could take one hit. But honestly, like, the damage values of these guys are ridiculous. I think star cells do 600 damage or something. It's quite ridiculous. Anyway, I think you really get the idea here. When we kill the pillar, we, fly up above it, shoot down. And then Nebula Pillar, it's the same story, but no way, something that does more damage than a Red Devil. Hey man, there's something that does more damage than a Red Devil before the Red Devil in progression. That's the Rune Wizard, who does 600 contact damage. Yeah, the main concerns here are pretty much the Nebula Floaters. They can be really dangerous. I actually lost a Legendary Hardcore run. One of the first streams I did on this channel. If not the first set of streams I did, was to a pre-nerf Nebula Floater. Getting hit a couple times in succession and burning through beetle armor. Now, Nebula Floaters were nerfed in 1.4.4 and are not nearly as dangerous as they used to be. They used to reactively shoot whenever they teleported, or they'd have no cooldown. Here, you can see there's a cooldown before they can fire their laser after they teleport. So if you hit them multiple times in rapid succession, they actually can't shoot. Chlorophyte arrows and the Phantasm are very good at that because they dish out a lot of attacks very quickly and they bounce around in a way that's very likely to hit them. And this can kind of keep them locked, especially if there's only one. If there are multiple, it can be a bit trickier. It's not the Telefrag Pillar anymore. It used to be the Telefrag Pillar. Now it's not as bad. Here, we can be in a little bit of trouble. In this situation, honestly, shoot at the ground. The Chlorophyte arrows will home into them automatically. You don't have to try to shoot them. Shoot at the ground, they'll smart bounce, and you don't have to worry about tracking them when they teleport. Shooting at the ground with Chlorophyte arrows in general is not a bad strategy. Yeah, you can see here, I don't need to worry about aiming at him. They'll aim for me. But if I shoot in the air, then it doesn't quite work the same. They can still track him, but it's not going to be nearly as effective because the shots aren't going to be going off as frequently. You can see I didn't deal with quite as much damage. Yeah, and then you just, do this for the whole pillar. If you get hit a couple times, don't be afraid to leave. These enemies, I'll let this guy shoot me with his laser. 113 damage. That's through Beetle Endurance, 45% damage reduction. That's similar damage to the Vortex guy. It's ridiculous. If a brain suckler gets on your head, don't panic. If you attack, you should be able to kill it. Before it's able to kill you. Especially if you have a cross necklace. Cross necklace is really good. If you're concerned about brain sucklers, put on a cross necklace. It'll have the frequency that they hit you. Yeah, and then for the last pillar, it's very similar. Same general concept. You can, with Stardust cells, do what we were doing with Alien Queens and just farm them off to the side. That's usually the most effective strategy for the Stardust pillar. You can trap them if you really want. This one is in the jungle, which means edging can be dangerous because of tortoises. You need to be very careful of turtles when you're edging. If you're in the jungle. Yeah, let's say we take this Stardust cell. Honestly, I'm going to unsummon my minion here. It drops 4 of these. And then we sit here and we shoot them. And then each one drops their own. And I'm going to go ahead and resummon my minions now. And you can very quickly amass a very large number. You just kind of generally fly in a circle. These guys do a lot of contact damage, so don't let them hit you. But their attack is very simple. As long as you just kind of, move, you should be fine. And you can breeze through the Stardust Pillar very quickly. You saw how much damage that did. What was that? 178, was it? It was a lot. I didn't quite see, but it took a very large chunk of HP out of me. Another one hit me, though. I'm taking my circles to... Well, I'm killing them in too broad of an area. And my circles are not wide enough. I'm accumulating them all over the place, so I should be a little bit more cautious. And just, honestly, make wider circles. But, because we have Beetle Shell, we're fine. If we didn't have Beetle Shell, this would be very, very dangerous. But we really don't have to worry about them dealing much damage to me. Now, one thing I can do now is put down this banner. And this banner is going to do a huge amount for us. And it's really going to nullify a lot of the danger here. Now, it's best if you can set up a spot to put a banner before fighting them, but whatever. Yeah, you can see, I'll let one of them hit me now. 47 damage. It's way, way less. And we do twice as much damage to them now. So we don't need to move around nearly as much. We can be a lot more stationary. And we also know exactly when we've killed 100 because we'll have a banner drop to tell us we killed 100. But yeah, Stardust Pillar is usually the easiest pillar if you use this strategy. You can do it very quickly, and especially if you have a pillar weapon, you can handle the cells pretty well. It can be tricky if you don't have a pillar weapon and your damage isn't great. They follow the same AI as Deadly Spheres. They kind of sit passively until they have a line of sight, and then they charge at you. Okay, so now we're done. Now it's very difficult to actually get rid of Stardust cells, so I would recommend that you just teleport away and then come back. As long as you didn't pick up coins, you'll be fine. Wiping out all the Stardust cells when you have that many is not easy. So, best thing to do is just despawn them. And here, we do actually have a little bit of a tricky situation. Because the pillar is all the way over there. And there's an island above it. And since there's an island above it, we can't use our stand above it and shoot it strategy. But because chlorophyte arrows have a smart bounce... one, if we had a gun, we could just shoot it. But we should be able to sit roughly here and just shoot here. Yeah. And the bouncing chlorophyte arrows will take care of it for us. We can bombard it. We just bombard it from a different angle. Yeah. That is how you take out the pillars. Now, when it comes to the Moonlord himself, I would recommend that you get an infinite flight source and kind of kite him across the world. The Witch's Broom from Pumpkin Moon, the Soaring Insignia from the Empress of Light. You can also use Asphalt Bridges. Those can be pretty effective. And you can also just fight him in more of a standard arena. You do usually want a way to kite him across the world. Because that's a very effective way of dealing with the second phase. How many blocks you can see to the left or right of you with the rule? I believe it's 60. Yeah, it's around about 60 blocks. You technically have like one block in the middle, but... Yeah, the moons are not fun to do, but infinite flight mounts are very effective. If it's raining, Shrimpy Truffle. Yeah, I think that about summarizes a pretty effective way of doing hardcore. If you ignore the part where I died to the tortoise with that first character, I think it went pretty well. And I think these strategies work pretty well. I think dying to the tortoise reflected a truth about hardcore, which is you can't lower your guard. You need to be paying attention. Here, we would have beaten the game in about 9 hours. Which is a very fast pace. You yourself do not have to play this quickly. You should not be playing this quickly. You should be taking more time. There's a lot of stuff you could do to increase your odds of success that I did not do. You could fish for potions. You could get life force potions. That's an extra 80 HP at the beginning of hard mode and 100 HP at the end of hard mode. You could actually top off your max HP instead of leaving yourself at 435 or however much I had. You could get endurance potions. You could get potions of return. You could get a weapon that's not the grenade launcher. You could get better mobility options. You could do Old One's Army for different armor stuff. There's a lot of stuff you could do. And the exact weapons that I was using, you don't have to use. It's not, this is the weapon you should be using. I'm not going to sit here and tell you should be using the grenade launcher for the Lunatic Cultist. But it's not the weapon that you're using that matters. It's your armor, accessories, and the general perspective that you approach the fight with. You want to make sure that you have the best odds of success, and really the best odds of not dying. It's not the best odds of success. It's the best odds of not dying. If you fall below half HP, you get the fuck out of there. If you don't have a potion. Unless you can stabilize to a safe situation. If you're in a boss fight, you're below half HP, get out of there. If you get overwhelmed and start getting swarmed with enemies, don't even think about fighting them, just get out of there. If you're in the underworld, Red Devil spawns, and you don't think you can deal with it, get out of there. Tortoise is going to corner you in a bad spot. 2 or 3 tortoises spawn, you can't deal with them, get out of there. Liberally use recall potions. You get so many thrown at you from chests, and even if you run out, it's not difficult to fish for more wormhole, or to fish for more specular fish to make them. If you're skittish and you run away from fights if you are not certain that you're going to win, and you play cautiously with danger sense potions and stuff to detect traps, you're fine. You can one-shot the Moonlord? No, you can't one-shot the Moonlord. The fastest way you can kill the Moonlord is a 2-tick kill. If you can somehow deal enough damage to instantly kill each one of his hand and his eyes in 1 tick, and then his core in the next tick, I think you could technically do a 2-tick kill. A one-shot setup for the Moonlord would have to rely on jousting lances, or could you build up enough stuff with an influx waver? Nah, you wouldn't one-shot him with that. You could do a lot of damage, though. Yeah, you can set up some really cheesy stuff. I didn't really use that many cheeses here. You could use cheeses if you wanted. There are a lot of ways you could do that. But yeah, in general, the one thing to remember for hardcore, the one golden rule, is that it's never the things that you think are dangerous that are going to kill you. The things that you think are dangerous, you're going to be hyper vigilant for. You're going to be quick to recall as long as you're following the guidelines that I set. You're paying attention. Like the pillars. The pillars are dangerous as hell. But I wasn't going to die to the pillars because I knew they were dangerous as hell. And I knew the second things started getting out of control, I leave. A storm diver hits me a couple times, I leave immediately. I don't even fuck around. I don't think about it. I don't think about anything other than just going to my recall potion and leaving instantly. You know, fighting a boss and I get in a bad situation, I leave. I go. I know it's dangerous. I know that they could kill me, and I am ready to deal with that. But when you don't have that, you know, preconception ready, when you're not locked and loaded to recall, when you're just chilling around underground and you're like, yeah, I could take that. Or you don't know that there's a trap. Or you get a bit complacent and you don't, you know, prepare your potions. Or you jump into an open area when tortoises exist and you took off your hollowed armor so you don't have holy protection like I did earlier. Those are the situations you die in. That's when you die. You die when you don't think there's danger. And you get complacent. It's the same thing that happened with the Wall of Flesh. We should have prepared a bit more for that Wall of Flesh fight with the first character. I didn't think it would be as dangerous as it was, and with the Wall of Flesh, you don't really get a second chance. There wasn't a... as soon as I realized I had made a mistake, it was too late. Unless I saved and quit, but where's the fun in that? So yeah, don't lower your guard. One thing that you can do, which helps a lot, which I didn't do the other day, which is probably part of why I died, is take the game in short chunks. Play for 2 or 3 hours at a time. Don't sit there for a 6 or 7 hour gaming session, because by the end of it, you're going to be tired. You're going to start to lose focus. You're going to not pay that much attention. You're going to start to think things are less dangerous than they are, and those are the situations where you're most vulnerable to dying. That's why when I was playing Hardcore Get Fixed Boy back in 2022, I took it in small chunks. My recordings would be like, 2, maybe 3 hours long at most, sometimes half an hour. Because I knew by the time I got to that 2 or 3 hour mark, I was slipping up. I was making mistakes. I was putting myself in more dangerous situations. And I didn't want to do that. So I would just cut myself off and come back when I had a clear mind after I took a break. But yeah, that's how you beat hardcore. Start of the game, get life crystals immediately. And then once you have life crystals, everything's a lot less dangerous. You should get danger sense potions or hold out wiring to make sure you can see traps, and you should get a lucky horseshoe to negate fall damage. And then we just edge the pillars for a while, George. If you have max HP and you're quick with recall potions, quick to leave dangerous situations, you get below half HP, and you can see traps and you can't die to fall damage, you should be completely safe in pre-hard mode. The only things that should kill you are bosses, and if you leave when you get below half HP on boss fights, you should be perfectly fine. Also, potentially like cursed skulls and stuff like that. Once you get to hard mode, you want to be very, very quick to recall in early hard mode, because you're very vulnerable. Ideally, you get there with a Phoenix Blaster. You use exploding bullets, very effective crowd control, very effective strategy. You use that, you get whatever weapons and armor you want. You can mine for tier 3 armors if you got good items in pre-hard mode. You can do a hybrid setup. In this character, use the 2 pieces of spider with a melee head. You've got a lot of options. You can do a lot. If you want to do Queen Slam, I'd recommend making a long bridge and running away with a unicorn or goat mount, or doing it underwater. I wouldn't fight her in regular circumstances if you want the Queen Slime armor set. Then, once you kill the mechs, Plantera and Golem, when you're doing stuff in the jungle, you really want to make sure you have hunter potions, and you stay inside blocks. Don't dig out in the open areas. You just want to stay inside of walls, because enemies, with the exception of like angry trappers, cannot be inside walls. And if you have a good mining speed, you can just dig around like a fucking termite in the walls, and completely avoid ever engaging with the enemies. And that's the best way to do it. You're very safe, and you're only in danger when you go out into open areas. That's where I died. If you want to be really safe for getting life fruit, you can make a farm, just a couple layers of jungle grass, ideally near a pylon underground, near NPCs to lower spawn rates. And you can see life fruit on the map. You can just go sit in a bed. You can fish up an enchanted sundial to skip solar eclipses and blood moons if those scare you. And just, get to max HP that way. You can fish up life force potions and endurance potions if you're afraid. With a life force potion and good defense, you should be safe from total one-shots. Endurance potions can help with that. Worm scarfs too. And then once you get Post-Golem, get Beetle Shell. I know it can suck to grind for, but it really provides you an unparalleled amount of survivability. If you don't want to get Beetle Shell, Valhalla Knight's a decent substitute. Hollowed armor can be okay. You can go with regular armor sets, but the fact of the matter is, on Master Mode, and even worse on Legendary Mode, the endgame content is extremely overtuned with how much damage it deals, and if you don't have an armor set that is geared towards keeping you alive, you will die very, very quickly. Like, imagine if we were taking 200 damage from each of those Vortex enemy hits. We would have died in those situations. I would have had to recall if they ever hit me once. I could take 1 or 2 hits here, but if they do 200 damage, they hit me once, I need to leave. Beetle Shell basically halves how much damage you take, plus good defense as long as you're getting hit infrequently. It doesn't provide many offensive bonuses, but you don't really need offensive bonuses. You can always use, accessories, emblems and stuff. And then, for the pillars themselves, just edge. Just edge. It'll take a long time, but it's fine to edge for a while. You can edge for as long as it takes you, to kill the pillar safely. But yeah. If this inspires you to win hardcore, good luck. If it doesn't inspire you to win hardcore, well, I will be in your dreams tonight. I will force you to play hardcore Terraria in your dreams, and I will be sitting there holding your hands to the side, preventing you from touching your keyboard in the jungle as a tortoise spins towards you. And that tortoise will kill you. And you'll wake up screaming.